Violence Support Team will recap on those public comments shortly. It is important to reiterate that the committee is guided by the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act of 2024 when applying our shortlisting criteria. The Act prescribes the criteria in terms of Section 6. The board must be fit and proper to hold office, have the necessary knowledge and expertise with regards to matters that are related to the purpose of the Act, and reflect the demographic and geographical spread of South Africa. Members will recall that the committee was briefed by our parliamentary legal advisors on the interpretation of what it means to be fit and proper to hold office. Hence, the committee will be concerned with whether candidates being interviewed are honest individuals of integrity who are not likely to act dishonestly, abuse their position for personal gain, or follow irregular practices. Furthermore, with respect to the provision in the Act that states that board members must have the necessary knowledge and expertise with regards to matters that are related to the purpose of the Act, this requirement or criteria can be viewed as the competence and capability criteria or requirement. The committee must therefore this week satisfy itself that the shortlisted candidates possess the necessary skills, knowledge and expertise to contribute effectively to this council, particularly in sharing expertise and helping government to develop policies and strategies to better combat gender-based violence. Since Section 6.5b of the Act makes specific reference to matters that are related to the purpose of the Act, it is therefore the purpose of the Act which will frame or dictate our criteria. The board, as per the legislation, will be responsible for the functioning of the council in terms of Section 3, read together with Sections 4 and 5, and related objects and functions. It is the responsibility of the council to provide strategic leadership and coordination in the prevention of and the response to gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. In terms of reflecting the demographic and geographical spread, simply put, this is a snapshot of our country. The committee has taken cognizance of the demographic and geographical spread, noting the number of applications received and the profiles of our candidates. Members are reminded that in addition to the CVs that each candidate had submitted, all candidates were required to complete an online application form which had several questions included but not limited to dealing with conflicts of interests and establishing whether candidates were aware that the term of office as set out in the Section 9 of the Act, which states that members of the board are not entitled to a salary payment, and Section 10 of the Act only makes provision for reimbursement of allowances determined by the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in consultation with the Minister of Finance. In conclusion, honourable members and members of the public that are following us, the committee will work within the law. All public comments, positive and negative, CVs, insights from these interviews, and all relevant screenings will guide us when we make our final recommendations to the National Assembly and ultimately to the President of the Republic of South Africa. That having been said, I want to thank each and every candidate who put their hand up, ready to serve our nation and ready to make a contribution in finding lasting and effective solutions to our gender-based violence and femicide crisis. We wish all our candidates well, and I will now hand over to our team to take us through the updated parliamentary public comments, because you will be reminded that in our last meeting we dealt with the comments up until a certain point, and the deadline for those comments was the 31st of January. Thank you. Colleagues, before we start the interviews, I will just run you through the groups again, which groups we've been divided into, but it is on our WhatsApp group.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. As members would recall, last week Tasneem provided members with an overview of the analysis of the public commentary. That was just about 3/4 of the way through. We had received just over 559 comments, 559. As of the closing date, as Chair's noted, it was the 31st of January, midnight. In total, online, the committee received, along with emails, 738 comments. So there was an overwhelming support from the public in terms of providing that commentary. The majority of the commentary was positive. Members would have received an Excel list detailing exactly the commentary in relation to a particular candidate, as well as indicating where that commentary came from in terms of the organisation or an individual. Emails were also sent, which was sent to Mr. Dunsweni, which he had also forwarded to members. There were in total 15 emails where there were issues of concern in terms of organisations or individuals who brought that to the attention of the committee. The committee is in receipt of that information. What Tasneem will do now is just comment and provide more information on these 738 comments in relation to who received the number of comments. I'll hand over to Tasneem to provide members just with that insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kashfa. Good morning, members. The comments that I presented last week, as Kashfa said, was 3/4 of the way, and it was 559 comments. As of the 31st, when the deadline closed, we received 738, which was online and email. Most of the comments, in fact, generally, the comments were perhaps about the positive response from the public. I've listed the number of comments that each candidate has received. So Ms. Mumalo received the most public comments, an overwhelming positive response with 224 out of the 738 responses we've received. Dr. Mantiba received 118, Mr. Mulehe received 107, Ms. Murimani received 93 comments, Ms. Glovu received 60, Ms. Dango received 34 comments, Ms. Dainty received 20 comments, Mr. Liminema received 20 comments, Ms. Caroline Peters 19 comments, and Mr. Siswana received 16 comments. The other comments are either general comments or, as I explained to members last week, are comments that are not related to the board at all. So some people would have just made random comments that are actually irrelevant to the process. But we didn't exclude any of the public comments. Members have access to all comments. So as Kashfa said, these are the numbers that we had. I think if members want to unpack specific comments, those are all in the Excel spreadsheet that we've sent members. Thank you.
Colleagues, you would have received the commentary as well in your emails. As we had discussed yesterday, from this interview process, we will convene another online meeting after the interviews, whereby we will then be considering our screenings from HR, State Security Services, and we will also ask commentary that we have received. But by and large, the comments are positive, and by and large, people have supported the candidates that have been recommended, and for that we are most grateful and thankful. Colleagues, just to run you through again, you do have your booklets. You have been assigned into groups as we discussed. I'm just going to give you the groups again. Group A will be led by Honourable Shabango, followed by Honourable Kanile, followed by Honourable Totseti, followed by Honourable Mkunu, and then Honourable Mailola. Group B is Honourable Kowane, Honourable Peterson, Honourable Khadebe, Honourable Mbiko, Honourable Chake Adonis. Then if you look at your booklets, so it means the first question to the first candidate, or the question 2 in your booklet. Question 2 to the first candidate is Honourable Shabango. Question 3 is Honourable Kanile. Question 4 is Honourable Tsotetsi. Question 5 is Honourable Mkunu. And question 6 is Honourable Mailola. Second candidate, first question, which is question 2, it's Honourable Kowane. Question 3, it's Honourable Peterson. Question 4, it's Honourable Khadebe. Question 5 is Honourable Mbiko. Question 6 is Honourable Chake Adonis. And then we will repeat that. So Group A, you'll have candidate 1, 3, and 5. Group B, candidate 2, 4, and 6. Also, just to explain, when there is in a section, when you've got, for example, in section 5, there's a 5.1 and a 5.2. It's your prerogative, honourable members, to pick what you want to ask, because remember, we're dealing with sections, good governance, the Act, etc. So in your question that you've been allocated, there might be 1, 2, or 3 options. So it's up to you which one you pick, or how you want to frame it, or how you want to rework it. So just to give that clarity. Yes. Yes, you select one. Yes. Yes, correct. Anything that you want to say, Ms. Adams?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. So, as Chair's noted, both questions under those sections are relevant. And I think members have the prerogative, they can either offer, because they're both weighty questions and they would require the candidate to think and provide quite detailed information. So perhaps ask the first question, to let them know there are 2 questions, give them the first question, then they can answer, and then give them the second question, because I think they're both components that are quite important.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I think you've just taken us through the process. I would just humbly make a request, if I can please get the booklet in a digital platform. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we will now briefly break so that we can just test the line. You would have seen, as we've explained, all our candidates will be in person, but 4 candidates indicated that they're not able to travel, and therefore we've got those 4 Zoom interviews. The first one this morning is a virtual interview with Dr. Suleiman, and we will then just briefly break so that we can establish the line with her before we start the interview. Thank you, colleagues. So you can stretch your legs. They can breathe. make small amendments. I'm sorry, but it's still group one.
Chair. Chair. If we say it's still group one, okay, so that means we just turn over to the page of okay.
Was it Miss or Mr. Siswana?
Mr.
Just refer yourself to Dr. Siswana. Candidate 3. So Honorable Shibanda still starts with question 2, and then we move like that. Good morning, Dr. Siswana.
I'm going to give you this one.
No.
It's not working.
Good morning, Dr. Siswana.
Very good morning to everyone and welcome to Protea.
Thank you very much for being with us this morning, and thank you very much for availing yourself to be considered to serve on the first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Please feel relaxed. These are all very friendly, honourable members. They will all introduce themselves when they ask you questions and interact with you. I'm sorry that we had to move you up the program, but thank you so much for arriving early. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We've been given the task to look for suitable candidates to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Firstly, I want to ask you, Dr. Siswana, whether you've got any conflicts of interest that you wish to declare, and whether you can confirm that you are aware that this is a non-salary paying position, that members serving on this board will be given stipends only.
First, thank yet Dr. Swan. I'm in the second year of my doctorate. Maybe something to highlight that on the CV I had indicated I made a mistake. 2026, it's 2028. I had to move my studies due to my traditional initiation. So I'm not yet Dr. Sisson, I want to clarify that. I do not have any form of conflict of interest as yet, and I'm aware that this is not a paying or a salaried board, and I'm part of other boards that have not been paying, and I understand that this is a public service, so I wouldn't expect anything of public service to have a sense of payment, but rather than of stewardship and offering my expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Siswana, maybe just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like this portfolio committee to consider you for a position on the board.
So I have quite complex intersections that I use to define who am I as a person, but for the purposes of this engagement, I suppose I am a clinical psychologist by training. I trained at Rhodes University. I did my Master's of Arts in and I am also a lecturer at the University of Free State, involved in teaching, research and supervision, and I am also an activist. I believe in social justice. I personally believe that the work of the psychologist transcends beyond the individual, but rather to see one more of an activist in that. I am also a traditional healer or a divine healer. I'm an academic. I do a lot of things, and I have studied a bit of theology, so I have quite intersections of that nature. I identify as a black queer man. I'm gay, and I personally feel strongly about representations of queer bodies in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, the second question. Like I mentioned earlier, that my strong interest in serving in boards or in spaces of this nature, one, it is about service, noting that gender-based violence, femicide in South Africa is a pandemic as declared by the Honorable President, and supposedly the work that's being done here. So for me, I personally believe in governance. I understand the place of activism, understanding that beyond activism there's a need for governance that speaks to transparency, that speaks to accountability, and being the voice of the public and those who are voiceless, particularly those who are serving in the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shabangu, please also introduce yourself.
Yes.
What is your understanding of legal framework that gives effect to this National Council of Children?
Thank you, Honorable, for that question. I think the place of legal framework speaks to the issue of justice. And I think in South Africa, there's always a gap around justice. We have a number of cases of gender-based violence. Queer bodies have been killed, and people are often frustrated by how the legal system is slow to respond in terms of sanctioning people that are perpetrators of gender-based violence. So I see the legal framework as a very important tool for speaking So there's no way that we cannot have a legal system that is quite strong in advocating for justice in South Africa and making sure that perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide and people who marginalize people in terms of violence, the legal framework has a great space. And I understand the systemic aspect of it, that we have all of these structures, but the legal framework and the justice system goes hand in hand in responding to these realities that our people face.
Thank you so much. We will now move to Honorable Camille.
Good morning, Mr. Siswana.
Good morning, Honorable.
I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee and I come from Mpumalanga. The question that I have for you is, could you please tell us what are the functions of this council?
Thank you, Honorable. The functions of this council, obviously, it is to represent the public. I understand it's an independent body, not influenced by any political affiliation or political belonging, but its function is to uphold integrity. Its function is to be the voice of the voiceless. Its function is for governance. Like I mentioned, that as much as the work that we're doing has a lot of activism, has a lot of everything else that South Africans need, so the function is purely for governance, for structure, for order, and informing policies around gender-based violence. And I'm aware that this is a very new board, so ideally every board is to structure the way forward, it is to structure the vision and the mission of the country. I understand that the President, Honorable Ramaphosa, has declared this as a national disaster, which means that for us to be able to respond effectively around prevention, around making sure that the message gets to the people, and mostly to make sure of closing the gap between policy and implementation, because there's often a gap around policy and implementation, and obviously filtering it down to civil organizations, to NGOs that really do this kind of work. So I see the function of this board as an overall board that informs policy, that informs governments, and making sure that at the end of the day, the work of youth, disabled bodies, and women in South Africa is well represented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tsopetsi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Now, the National Strategic Plan on GBV is a key policy that frames the work of the Council. May you outline your understanding on Pillar 1 and 6? Provide us with an assessment of the effectiveness of the National Strategic Plan and the role the Council should play in this regard.
Thanks, Honorable, for the question. When the National Strategic Framework was introduced, ideally it was to structure the order and functions of this Council. So I believe with first part around prevention, the function is really to make sure that our strategies and interventions really speak to addressing these issues that are quite systemic. I understand there's no way that the functions of this board can be functional if we don't understand what are the systemic functions that have contributed to where we are. Understand the place of inequality in society, the place of violence, the place of marginalized bodies such as women and victims of gender-based violence. So the policy speaks to making sure that prevention strategies, awareness is done, economic empowerment and empowering women for equality, and making sure that at the end of the day, this council makes sure that all of these things are quite functional. Do you mind repeating the last question?
Yeah, no, the last question was for you to provide us with your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP, which is the National Strategic Plan, and the role of the council, the role that the council should play in this regard.
Supposedly, the most important part of the council is to make sure of the monitoring and evaluation of these policies and strategies. So, at the end of the day, for me, the reality is that with everything else that we're encountering, we would need to monitor and evaluate at all levels of structures, organizations that are doing the work in this regard, in terms of policy implementation and all of that. So for me, what I've seen as a gap is a gap between policy and practicality, and making sure that our citizens understand that the policy is for their public interest, and the body that we are sitting right now as a council is to make sure that all of those strategic means of making sure that the NSP filters down. At the end of the day, we need the council to make sure that all of these structures are in place, and all bodies beyond political parties, parliament, and all structures and bodies involved make sure that at the end of the day, the NSP is functional. Obviously, a number of South Africans may not have the literacy of understanding what really this is about. So I personally believe that with the work that we do, the gaps is to make sure that we educate our people around their rights. We educate people about the language, because language plays a huge role. I imagine the council making sure that this NSP is translated in all languages so that even the basic people who are in the margin are able to understand. So that's what I see as a function and the gaps that are there. And obviously, at the end of the day, is to make sure that South Africa is in good hands and that justice, equality, and democracy is applied.
Good morning, Mr. Siswana.
Good morning, Honorable.
Yes, my name is Ulet Mkuno. The question that I have for you is, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, the boy, child, and men are also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that the boy child is left behind, is not left behind?
Thank you for the question, Honorable. So, beyond statistics, I sit in a profession of psychology that understands that beyond statistics, and that even at this moment, women are abused. There's someone who's been killed, there's someone who's been violated. So my role beyond being a clinical psychologist in the room is that of public activism and public social justice. So for me first, I think if you are to look at systemic structural issues, patriarchy informs some of these problematic realities that we face. And so with patriarchy, we have seen the impact of how men use their power and control to perpetuate gender-based violence. And I think in the most communities that we have, particularly in the rural areas where there are structural, cultural, dominant realities, such as, for instance, Uktwana of young girls, this is culturally ingrained. And so men use such powers, using culture, using patriarchy, as forms of exerting power and control. And obviously, in such contexts, in the townships and in the marginal communities, people don't really understand the impact of these things psychologically. And so if we are going to bring the boy child in the conversation, I think the boy child needs a lot of education around humanizing what it means to be a boy and what it means to be a man. because what we have seen is that with the power and control that the boy child has, immediately he's born into this world, everybody celebrates. When the girl child is born, okay, we're fine, but the boy child, somewhat is seen as a savior, somewhat is seen as someone who's going to exert dominance. So bringing the idea of humanizing masculinity and humanizing boyhood, we will now have young boys who are actually conscientized to understand that the power you have is the power you have to change, to protect your sibling. It begins at home. And I think if in our homes we can teach young boys very things such as empathy. You know, there's a current political discourse, social discourse that is happening around give men grace. And what I've seen is a public discourse in there. We see women on the other end very angry about these structural issues, the problems that men create. On the other end, we are hearing men saying, we really need grace because the redemption that we need is a systemic redemption and a kind of healing. So I think at a level of men, we need the idea of healing masculinities and changing the narratives of men are trash, but changing and influencing men to think differently. And obviously that will filter down. And in terms of my research as an academic, I focus on masculinities. And one of the gaps that I've seen is I've used Ulwaluko Waxhosa, the making and the socialization of men, to look at the psychology of beyond the circumcision. What are some of the social cultural elements that we can do to challenge and shape these dominant constructs? And so I think I see my value as an academic involving research to filter down notions of going to initiation schools during initiation seasons, to have something that speaks to gender-based violence, because in there, through Ulwaluko and some cultures that practice that, there's an ingrainment of patriarchy. And so if we can dismantle patriarchy in such spaces, the boy child is in good hands. And obviously the boy child needs a lot of work in challenging these views. So I see my work influencing research, influencing policy, and structures involved have been part of campaigns around masculinity, the Dove Men Plus Care, and promoting the idea of mental health and all of that. But the last part for me, there's no way that men and young boys would have a different view of their power and control if we don't introduce the idea of healing. Most young men and most men are so distorted and disfragmented because of the influence of colonization, because of the influence of people moving from different countries, from different provinces and coming to Johannesburg. And lastly, fathers need to play a huge role, uncles and men, to influence the way in which we see that. And obviously, with the board, we have to create strategies that speak to the boy child and awareness that at the end of the day, gender-based violence is harm, and we need to humanize experiences of men and young boys.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mailola.
Good morning, Mr. Siswana. How are you?
Good morning, Honorable. Yeah, this is intense. I've been to interviews in my entire career. I've never sat in such a panel. So as much as I work with anxiety, today I feel like I'm a patient, but I'm containing it. I can say I'm safely managing.
But you're doing good so far.
Thank you so much.
Now, I've got two questions. The first one is, effective governance is key for any board to function optimally. How would you ensure good governance in the National Council if recommended for appointment?
Sure. I mean, as a young person who represents youth and marginalized bodies, myself being marginalized, I think one of the things that we need to do... Sorry, can you repeat the question again? I've got partial impairment of hearing.
No problem, no problem. Effective governance is key for any board to function optimally. How would you ensure good governance in a national council if recommended for appointment?
All right. If recommended for appointment, good governance for me, governance is about accountability. Governance is about transparency. We've seen in our country that those are some of the strong fundamentals that are missing, that our leaders tend to overlook and underlook the idea of accountability. Accountability for me in the context of this is making sure that beyond statistics, beyond campaigns, beyond speeches, beyond everything else, of making sure that every function of this body is effective. And so how I see my role in here is making sure that I bring my expertise. I work in the profession of ethics, and ethics drive conduct and drive moral standards and drive the way in which you conduct and execute your roles as a professional. So I bring that element and experience of ethical governance and making sure that as much as I'm young, in spaces of social media and all of that, I have an ethical responsibility of being a voice for the young people that are often not in these spaces. And obviously, not in being in these spaces, we don't have a voice. So I tend to gravitate towards making sure that in our governance, equality and representation is something that will be key. And so for me, in the end, is to make sure that through our governance, we don't leave the marginalized, we don't leave people who don't even understand what this is. And so my understanding of governance would then be also to represent this board and understanding that if I am here in this board, it's not about ego, it's not about anything else, but it is about public service. And for the nature of this board, the key function is about public service. We have seen how egoistic leadership tends to consume the ideas of what we think about accountability, of what we think about transparency, of what we think about effective ethical conduct. And so I see those things as quite key functions that make sure that the board executes its function and sticks to governance. And having been in spaces of governance, I understand that it is about leadership, it is about transparency, it is about speaking for the voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what I would like to know is that what would you consider to be the key attributes of a member serving on the National Council of Gender-Based Violence?
I believe that first and foremost you need to be human. And in being human, empathy becomes the key central thing, that as much as you sit with policies, as much as you sit with making sure that things are done, at the end of the day, you are human. And people relate with humanity. I understand that Ubuntu is a normative social construct that people talk about, but I think in our democracy and our history and our political dispensation, people have lost sense of what humanity is. So for me, the key role is Kaube Ubuntu before you are a leader. So we must see humility, we must see Ubuntu first before the leader comes out. And I also see someone who's in this space as someone who has a high degree of emotional intelligence, that the public often speaks of things are not done and people tend to be frustrated. And I so personally believe that emotional intelligence is a key issue that enables one to regulate self and to regulate moments and experiences that people are emotionally heightened. And obviously, because of the nature of what we deal with, the people that we work with, disabled bodies, youth, and women, require a lot of empathy, and emotional intelligence offers that. And second and thirdly, what I think is important for any leader who serves in such spaces, you need to be someone who has high standards of ethics. We understand that we may not always be great and always be good, but self-awareness of your own ethical standards is a key thing for me. But also I believe that you need to be someone who has a strategic mind in thinking, planning, and execution. And for the most part, for me, be someone that is able to receive feedback and someone that understands the value of teamwork, because at the end of the day, it's different experts from different views, that no view is better than the one, but the idea of unity and making sure that as a leader you speak. And one last thing, actively, strongly believe in social justice. This work is about public service, but mostly social justice and making sure that the voices of the marginalized feel seen, feel represented, and understood beyond policy, but execute their roles in society, making sure that at the end of the day, we see humanity beyond all of these bodies and identities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. May I ask whether anybody would like to ask any follow-up questions, or whether you would like to ask anything from the CV? Honorable Chauke Adwinis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I hope you don't mind that I'm sitting incoming doctor. Just a follow-up question with the question that was raised by Honorable Mbiko. Just introducing myself, my name is Tsohufatso Chauke Adonis. I am a member of this portfolio committee. A question that was asked by Honorable Mbiko around leaving the boy child behind and men. I would like to get your perspective and view outside of teaching positive masculinity, them being victims, because I want to get what your view is when we speak about gender-based violence and the exclusion of men being victims themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for that question. It's one of my passionate topics. I suppose when we think about gender, we're thinking of gender as binaries. We think of gender as one thing. And obviously, gender is influenced by culture, is influenced by religion. And I strongly believe in one of the things I would really like, given a chance, is to work closely with religious and faith groups, because that's where most of these ideas are ingrained, and that the boy child and man get to learn these things and they somewhat get reinforced. We've seen how violence happens in spaces by male pastors to even young boys who are working in the church. We've seen reports. We've seen people sanctioned in terms of that because they use and exert their power using such notions. And secondly, I think with culture, there's a sense that gender tends to be romanticized as this performative body. Yes, you've got this penis, but this penis gets so social in seeing its power that there's no link between the intellect or the mind and this. And so for me, the boy child, in terms of representation and being given a voice, I think all children need to be taught a non-gendered way of being, but just seeing themselves as ordinary human beings. But with young boys, yesterday I was doing a workshop around males who have been victimized and abused by their by their family members. And in the focus group, I then tend to realize that there's so much trauma in the boy child. One young man is 30 now, and he says, I haven't gotten over what happened because I was overly sexualized, and that now my marriage is crumbling because through that abuse I got to learn hypersexuality, which has affected my marriage. So I think we need to give young boys a voice and to make sure that when they do come out about these experiences, they are heard. And I think one of the things that in our justice system, when males report violence or any kind, people assume by virtue of being a male or by virtue of being a boy, you'll be excited or kind of that way. But even in the issue of gender, people tend to forget sexual orientation and how sexual orientation plays a factor even with myself, I'm thinking of a situation that I had myself having been abused by a male who happens to be my family member. One of the difficulties I've always had was, would I have turned out queer if it wasn't for the experience of being sexually penetrated, or would I have turned out to be the other way around? But through my journey, I've kind of realized that it was an introduction to violence, that violence became pleasure and pain, and I never had the opportunity to reconcile that. So when I see young boys, particularly queer boys, particularly transgendered boys, who also get violated in the gaze of fetishism and many other things, so we need effective strategies and work that goes to as far as grassroots levels in challenging these dominant ideas and helping the young boy with the voice and the language to name violence, even simple things as attempts of violence. But if violence happens in the home, we need to also teach them how to report that, because at the end of the day they get violated and traumatized. So I see a psychological framework of working with young boys, introducing them to ideas of trauma and how to work around trauma and healing in moments where one has been violated. Thank you.
Honorable Tsotetsi, yes. You will be the last one.
Yes. Now, I want us to go back to the NSP. Now, in terms of your understanding of Pillar 6, how much do you think it will assist us to get a better comprehension of what are the causes of gender-based violence beyond what we know?
All right. Honorable, can you please just take me back? There was quite a lot I was trying to prepare. Remind me of the strategic point 6, what it speaks to.
It speaks of research.
All right, yeah. I don't want to go off the tangent.
It speaks of research and information management.
Research and information management. When it comes into that point, I think if we are to do effective work around gender-based violence, we need evidence-based practices. And obviously, as an academic, my work, I profess knowledge, but beyond knowledge, I need to make sure that it's beyond articles, it's beyond dissertations, but to translate that into reality. And so with research and information, research plays a huge factor in society, that our approaches to gender-based violence are systemic. And so if we are to understand the place of research, evidence-based, our interventions would not just be based on thumbsuck ideas, but research informs the way in which gender-based violence is understood. I've examined, I have supervised students around the work of gender-based violence, and I always tell my students, if you are going to do any work around gender-based violence and femicide and gender studies, you really need to understand that this is a very deeply personal journey, that the individuals that you go and research and ask their experiences, you need to understand the vulnerability of that. So I always encourage ethical standards and making sure that in our ethics, we really work around the idea of care in our research, so that the findings that we find don't just become findings, but become lived experiences that inform the way of understanding the victim and their experience. And obviously, with my optimism of restorative justice, is that in our research, we shouldn't leave perpetrators in this picture, because they help us to understand the causes and the factors that have contributed to where we are. So overall, for me, research informs practice, research informs the way we understand, and obviously there's a great place of us doing work in higher education, because higher education, those are spaces of learning and information. I imagine, I was saying to my dean, a course on introduction to gender-based violence across all faculties so that we understand the value of that, because even violence happens in academic spaces. A lot of gender-based violence, a lot of femicide happens in there. So in the space of information where research is done beyond HSRC and other councils that speak to research, they also play a part in contributing to our interventions, but higher education research councils all play a factor in that. And I think around one last point around information, I think our people struggle with basic literacy to read and write, and with adequate knowledge and adequate language. So I think with the NSP, we need to really filter it down with the language of the people that they understand. Because if our people don't understand the language of the NSP, and not just a high-level document, but a document that understands that people need to be heard and understood. So the place of research is quite key in informing our evidence-based approaches. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Siswana, I just want to outline what the process will be going forward. The Portfolio Committee has got 18 candidates to interview, so that will take us the next 3 days. We will then reconvene at Parliament, where we will be briefed on HR screening, on state security screening. We will also consider some of the public commentary that we have received, which has been largely positive with regards to the shortlisting of our candidates, and then the committee will deliberate on suitable candidates to recommend to the National Assembly. Once our report serves in front of the National Assembly, it will be debated and hopefully adopted, whereafter our candidates will then be sent to the President of the Republic for his consideration. So we will keep you abreast of developments, but thank you very much for joining us this morning. I didn't get a tinge of the anxiety that you spoke about, so there was nothing. So also thank you very much for sharing your ideas with us, your passions. Thank you for being open and honest with us and giving us a clear understanding of what you will bring if you were to be recommended to the Council. So thank you very much, and with this committee we'll stay in touch. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to the committee, and it's my very first experience, like I said, in this space. As a young person, I feel seen, that young people in these spaces are often not considered. As a gay man, I feel my people are seen and recognized. And thank you for the empathy, the smiles, the warmth. It really gave me encouragement, even though some questions were quite technical, but it was such a great experience. Thank you, Ndabulela Kakhulu.
Thank you, Mr. Siswana. Is there anything else you would like to ask the committee? Any of the members, or anything about the process?
Yeah. Honorable Tsetsi mentioned something around research, and I want to understand how far in the work of this portfolio committee have you done research, and how has some of the processes that you have done. So overall, is what kind of research has been done, and would there be a room for a division of research, or is there a room for research for scholars or people like myself to be part of? And just lastly, in terms of representation, how much of youth, how much of representation of marginalized bodies who are queer, and that there's a room for them?
So, of course, once we recommend our candidates, we are the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. So we always look after those groups as our focus areas. But in terms of research, as a Portfolio Committee, we do have our research team. But we as a Portfolio Committee, because we're an oversight body, we don't necessarily focus on research. But the Council, I'm sure, will have a division that will focus on further research as they make recommendations to government in terms of strengthening the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. But I'm sure you will be able to follow all of the developments as we get through the process. So I hope that's covered some of your questions. Anything else, honourable members, that you would like to add as we... Thank you very much, Mr. Siswana. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, and thank you for coming early as well. It's really assisted the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, psychologists make time and always stick to time. 1 hour session, it's done, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think because of for us to run, so I think if we put in the doctor online and then Dr. Dan, so it takes us quite to our schedule.
Colleagues, we now go to Group B, and our next candidate will be Dr. Dango. And from Dr. Dango, we'll go to Dr. Suleiman. You're now moving back on the agenda, so you'll see. Remember, we had Mr. Siswana, now Group 1, so we're now moving back. So we're going to Dr. Dango, which is Group 2, and then we'll have Dr. Suleiman on virtual. Page 1, it's 60. Very good morning, Dr. Dango.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We are very happy to have you here this morning. We have been tasked as a portfolio committee to look for candidates that we can recommend to the National Assembly to serve on South Africa's very first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Please feel comfortable, please feel relaxed. The honourable members are friendly, they're not going to ask you tough questions. So maybe if you can just start, Dr. Dango, by confirming to me that you don't have any conflicts of interests that you wish to declare and that you are aware that this is a non-paying or non-salaried position, and that members on this board will receive a stipend only.
Yes, I am aware. I wasn't aware that it's completely unpaid, that there is a stipend, but that's fine. Yeah, no, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there's no conflict of interest that I can identify.
Okay, Doc, just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, your history, your background, and why you would like for us to recommend you to serve on a National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And also we have been tasked to identify members of civil society and the private sector. So also just an indication of which sector you represent as you tell us a little bit more about yourself and why you would like to serve on the council.
Okay, so I'll start off by telling you that I represent the NPO sector. So I come from civil society. I've been an activist for more than 35 years. I see this pretty much, gender-based violence is an area of work that I've been committed to and have served in various capacities in terms of gender-based violence. So I have a footprint at a local level that is, throughout my history, but also at a national level. What I mean by that is I started the NISA Institute for Women's Development 33 years ago, and that organization still exists, and we offer services to survivors of gender-based violence. We run a shelter, we work in schools, we do advocacy work, we've done research, we've published several different documents, one of which is a 400-page book on called Reclaiming Women's Spaces, that's been used by the African Gender Institute as a recommended resource for their students. And I head the NISA Institute still, so that's been one aspect. But as I continued to work, I started off, my training and background is in clinical psychology. And when I started working as a clinical psychologist at the Department of Health, what I noticed was that all the women that were coming to see me were saying to me they're depressed. And I thought to myself, this is very odd. How can most of the women who come and see me say, I'm depressed? So I started looking into this, and kind of interrogating the issue of why are they saying to me they're depressed? And on further kind of probing, I found that many of them were actually experiencing gender-based violence or intimate partner violence. And that, in a sense, we were only treating them with drug therapy, and that something needed to be done about this. At the time, there were very few services in South Africa. The only one that existed at the time that I knew of was the POWER, People Opposing Women Abuse. So I decided to actually start something. We got a group of people at community level together and ran a first workshop at which we had about 60 women. And we were totally shocked that out of the 60, about 50 women said to us that they're experiencing gender-based violence. I was disturbed at the time, and I said, we have to do something. I then applied to do some training on gender-based violence, specifically because in South Africa, when you do clinical psychology, you don't focus on a feminist model at all. So I applied and got a 6-month fellowship to the US, and I spent the 6 months traveling on the East Coast from Harvard to South Bend, Indiana, and various other universities. I was linked to shelters in the region. And I then came back to South Africa and set up the NISA Institute for Women's Development. And that is still going today, 33 years later. However, during this journey, I found that shelters were working in silos. People were afraid, they were not being supported either morally, socially, or even financially. So we decided to have an initial workshop, which was a Southern African workshop on shelters for abused women. This was in 2000, and from there it became very clear that there was a need for a movement. However, because we come from the NGO sector, funding was really hard for me, and we couldn't start up something. The money that we had was allocated to the NISA Institute and not to anything else, so I couldn't very well do anything. However, this was an idea that persisted, and I felt it had to become a reality. So in 2008, I was able to raise further funds. We then had a second national workshop with shelters across South Africa. And at this workshop, people said, we really need to come together. We need to have a movement in the country because we work in silos, we have no support, we're underpaid. And so this is how the National Shelter Movement of South Africa was actually born. And this organization is the second one that I also head because we have a national footprint that looks at dealing with various issues. We become the voice of shelters in the country. We've done a great deal of advocacy work. We have set up a helpline for survivors of gender-based violence. Now, the helpline is unlike the government helpline or the Lifeline helpline in the sense that the helpline started in 2020 to be able to place women in shelters. You remember that it was COVID and people were not able to reach shelters. They were afraid of leaving their homes. There wasn't enough transport. So we actually then had a meeting with Uber, and Uber came on board and arranged to fetch women to be able to go to shelters. But they only operated in 4 provinces of the country. So that still made it difficult for us. However, I continued to work. I was on the interim gender-based violence and femicide committee established by President Ramaphosa. I continued to work with the team on the NSP. We went out to do consultations in the different provinces. During COVID, I also worked on the pathways, looking at access for women to gender-based violence services. And we've continued to do this kind of work. We subsequently have established a good relationship with national government at DSD level. So we run national indabas. Last year we ran the 5th national indaba in South Africa, and we will continue to do this. So that's kind of in a nutshell.
Thank you for that background. I'm going to hand over to Honourable Pulwani, who will introduce herself and ask the next question.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Ms. Denga. I've got only one question for you, ma'am. My question is, provide us with your understanding of the legal framework that gives effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Thanks.
Sorry, if I didn't hear you correctly.
I'm saying, can you provide us with your understanding of the legal framework that gives effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
Okay, so I think that the legal framework is, it's a parliamentary development based on work that has been done by Total Shutdown, over the 2 summits. And there's been a need to ensure that services and interventions for gender-based violence are prioritized in the country, given that South Africa has the highest rate of femicide globally. And so I think that this committee would actually be the formal legal kind of representative that would be able to continue to do the work from the NSP, which was developed for a period of 10 years and for which 5 years have now passed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ma'am. I am Feze Gambiko, Member of Parliament from the Eastern Cape. My question is structured like this. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity is said to fuel GBVF, and calls have been made to promote positive masculinity. What is your Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you very much. Can I continue?
Yes, it's fine.
Thank you. Do you want me to start from the beginning, ma'am, or should? Okay, fine. So I'm going to ask, what is your understanding of these concepts? How would you promote positive masculinity as an area to be advocated by the council? Thank you.
I think very important concepts. I think that patriarchy in our country plays a huge role where gender-based violence is concerned, and in fact promotes it through issues of socialization. And of course we've had, because of the work we do on the ground, we've had direct experiences with those kinds of things. And I'll give you one example. I was working some years ago in Limpopo at the municipality, and the gentleman that I met there said to me, you people do this work, but you must remember that when I work in government, that's a different thing. I respect what the government says about gender-based violence, but you must know that when I go home, it's my law, and I do what I see as being fit. So you can't come and tell us what we need to do in our homes. And so for me, this was a very clear reflection of issues around patriarchy, power and control over women experiencing gender-based violence. I think that in our country it's really important to work with men, but also not only with men, but with boys. Why? Because of the intergenerational concept of children and boys in particular learning and being socialized into gender-based violence by the violence they see in the homes that is perpetrated against their mothers. We know that by age 6, often many boys have already learned about gender-based violence. So it's very important to do this work with young boys, to be starting to reframe their thinking and their minds around respect for women, around how boys are socialized, around the fact that boys should have equal responsibility in the homes as well as girls, not just girls, because you often see this where mothers favor boys. And so this does become problematic as time goes on. Because we run shelters, we're also finding the need to work with young boys. So what we've actually recently done is we're working on a program, developing a program for boys to be able to deal with, firstly, the trauma they've experienced, and then moving on to looking at what is positive masculinity as they grow up. So I think that it's twofold. One is you need to work with older men, adults, but you also need to work with younger children, and it's really critical to start with prevention work in schools as well. Thank you.
Okay. The next honourable member.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Doctor. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, what do you think, or what would you say, objects and functions of the council?
Okay, so in my understanding, the National GBV Council will really respond to the actual implementation of the National Strategic Plan, which was developed for a period of 10 years, but of which 5 years have passed. I think that the objectives would be to look at the review of that report, which I think is a critical report. But over and above that, I think that it's very important for this council to take that report together with the HSRC prevalence study, together with the Femicide report by Femicide research by the Medical Research Council, together with the summit resolutions, the second summit resolutions that was initiated by President Ramaphosa. And I think all of these things, together with the gaps that have been identified, need to be brought together by this council to be able to ensure that we can have interventions that are adequately dealing with gender-based violence and trying to address its elimination. So on a very broad stroke, that's what I think the council really needs to do.
Good morning. My name is Makosa Zaneratebe. I'm a member of this committee coming from Mpumalanga. My question will be as follows. The National Strategy on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is key policy that frames the work of the Council. Do you agree with that? May you please outline your understanding of pillars 1 and 6, provide us with your assessment of the effectiveness of the National Strategic Plan and the role the Council should play in this regard. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, I agree absolutely that the National Strategic Plan is really our blueprint that gives us a document from which we're able to work. We were very much a part of developing it. So Pillar 1 addresses the issues of accountability. And I think in South Africa, accountability in the sector on gender-based violence is absolutely critical. Because we've been working on the ground, we realize often difficulties with accountability. So one example would be when I look at the report on the review of the 5 years, it's clear that not everybody was able to report adequately, and this includes government departments. And so those things need to be enhanced, and this kind of a body needs to take the responsibility to be able to ensure that people have the skills to be able to do that. Because in the report, the 5-year report of the strategic plan, there are many gaps even in reporting, not only from government, but also from civil society, which needs to be addressed. And I think that a critical aspect for me is, if we look at accountability, we need to revive the IMC, the Interministerial Committee. Why do I say this? I say this because in the years that I've worked with government, we do not have every single department coming to the party as far as gender-based violence goes. And we know that nobody can do this work alone, neither NGOs, and we cannot do this without the government. Because firstly, it's the responsibility of the government. We're there to help and assist. But I think we need all players, and you need all government departments, because this gender-based violence is a societal issue. We need everybody to be present in order to be making the changes that we actually require. That was pillar 1, that, sort of in a nutshell. Pillar 6 talks to research, and I think research is of critical importance for us. Why? Because we need to be able to be sure that the programs that we institute are also evidence-based. So therefore, we need to be sure that we have research that is valid and research that we can use in promoting interventions on gender-based violence. Briefly. Are you...
Okay. Thank you very much, and greetings to yourself, Doc. My name is Tsehofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, and a member of this portfolio committee. And thank you very much in terms of the work that you have been doing to address GBV in our country. My question would be centered around governance. So the first part of it would be, what would you describe as good governance? That's number one. Also, in terms of the NCGBVF Council itself, how do you see within its structures applying good governance, going from the executives to board members to employees, in order for us to ensure accountability? How would you ensure that there are levels of accountability when it comes to governance?
So I think that if we're looking at accountability, governance is the top priority. And in order for us to have good governance, we need to be sure that you have a council that has integrity, that is able, that is committed and passionate about ensuring that GBV is the center focus of this council and trying to make a difference to women and children who've experienced gender-based violence. I think that you need to put in place regulations for a board. One needs to look at how the board is selected firstly, the integrity and values that people bring to this are absolutely critical. You cannot have people that are compromised in that respect, because you're then already setting up, the system for failure. And I think that the board has to commit itself to good governance. That for me is very important, and I would believe that to have good governance, we need to look at King 4. We need to also look at ensuring that the board, I mean, I'm not sure who the members of the board would be, but the board has to be trained in governance. And I say this humbly because we, from the NGO sector, have actually indulged in this, that when you have your board trained, so your board needs to understand what is your responsibility, why are you here, do you have any conflict of interest, is this something that I can see through? I think it's a very difficult area because, you know, our boards and the NGOs are not paid. So you're looking at commitment of people, right? You're not looking at people who are coming there because they're going to be paid like in the private sector boards, people get a certain amount for every meeting that they actually attend. So for this reason, it's important that board members are vetted and that they offer, that training is offered to them so that they know exactly what it is they're able to do and not do. I think this in a nutshell is what I would describe to you.
Do you want to floor? Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Doc, for that. As part of that question, if you can just identify some of the characteristics of good governance that you think should be applied and adhered to.
So I think that in terms of good characteristics of good governance, you need to be regular in having your meetings. You need to be following up in terms of the kinds of things that your activities that you've set out for yourself. You need to hold yourselves accountable. So the board has to have some kind of peer review system to be able to say, are we doing what we say or what we were appointed to do as a board? I think those kinds of things are really critical. We need to be honest and fair, and sometimes that goes against your own grain. So you need to then question yourself, are you able to then, you know, pick up the issue and stand up for it and say, this is not okay, even though you yourself might have other views on it if you're seeing something. So I think that we need to be able to label and identify things without necessarily being, you know, you can do this in a very non-confrontational way, and you can offer people opportunity to learn from it if the mistake or the area is not something that's very problematic and doesn't impact us to a large extent. But if it is something that's huge, then one needs to deal with it in a more, in a disciplined way, and one would have to then have processes in place, disciplinary actions, codes of conduct that one actually utilizes if something like that happens.
Can I check if there are any further follow-up questions? Honourable Shabango.
Chair, thank you, and thank you, Dr. Daniel, for what you have given to us. But I heard you talking about a boy child in one of the questions that was asked by the honourable members. And in your introduction, when you were telling about yourself, you mentioned that you also do research. So I want to know from your experience as an activist and a researcher, what are the biggest barriers for men and boy child preventing them from reporting cases of GBV? I mean, when they are victims, because you did mention that you are aware that boys and men, they are also victims. Yeah. But what are your findings in your research? Because dealing with this, the work that you are doing, I would want to believe that your research, it also involve checking on all that. So what are your findings, or in your experience, what are the barriers that is preventing boys and men from reporting the cases of GBV? And also, if you would maybe explain to us, if possible, how would you assist in creating a safer space or environment for a boy child and men to report these GBV cases that they experience? Thank you, Chair.
So on the question of men and boys and the difficulty with reporting, so I'm talking more from my experience as opposed to research on this particular topic. What I find is that, of course, firstly, patriarchy and the way men and boys are socialized is really problematic. We pick this up regularly in our interaction with clients, in our interactions with perpetrators. But we also find that men have difficulty, they're embarrassed, they feel ashamed. In fact, I think it's even harder for men who are abused as victims to come forth for help. This is extremely painful for them. They are not really comfortable in doing this because they're not supported by this, because of the notion that you're a man and you should be able to do X, Y, and Z. And I think that kind of thinking has permeated society for a very long time. And of course, the whole notion of other men seeing men that are abused as being sissies or weaklings becomes really problematic. So it's very hard to then go and admit that I might be abused by my wife, or, whether it's verbally or whatever the kind of abuse may be. And I think this really sets the tone for them. And instead of then going to seek help, because you'll see, in my experience, most of the people that seek help are women and not men or boys. Men are also taught often and from very young that you don't share your feelings. You don't talk about your feelings. And we see this very regularly. So if you're not able to share your feelings, talk about your feelings, what happens is you use other means. Violence becomes one of the other means to actually be able to kind of say what you want to say, even though it's not appropriate. And so one has to actually allow men to be in touch with themselves. They have very low self-esteem, and one needs to work with that. One needs to work with the self-esteem. One needs to work with the issue of shame, that there is no shame in sharing that you might be a victim of GBV, whether you're male or female. We do know, however, that 90% of victims are more women than actually men, right? But for the smaller percentage, it's still very, very hard to actually come and open up. And so we need to be open and invite them, and I think that one needs to offer services for this. One, you need to do advocacy works in areas where men are. You need to also do maybe group work, individual work with men as well, to be able to deal with the problem kind of more holistically without necessarily blaming them. Because we do have a tendency to blame men when you see so many women getting abused and killed. And I think that if we move away from that kind of scenario, we are more likely to get through to men. So we need to have more programs for men and boys. And I think if we start early with prevention work with boys, you can probably stop the intergenerational cycle.
Anybody else would like to ask any question, follow-up questions? Okay. Dr. Dangle, I need to just inform you that the Portfolio Committee will be engaged this whole week with interviews. We are interviewing 18 candidates. From there, we proceed back to Parliament, where we will be receiving an HR vetting report, a state security screening report. We will also engage with our parliamentary legal services following the submission of public commentary, although our public comments, by and large, has been very complimentary and supportive of the candidates that we have shortlisted. From there, the Portfolio Committee will deliberate on candidates, and we will then recommend candidates, which will form part of a report that we will table to the National Assembly. In the National Assembly, it will be considered and debated, and from there it will be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately pick candidates to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But ours this morning is to say thank you very much for your time, thank you for availing yourself, and thank you for the good work that you have been doing for decades in service of our nation and in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. So we would just say thank you for your time, thank you for participating. Is there anything else that you would like to ask or say in closing?
Just a question. I'm not sure if you, at this point, are ready to answer, but how much actual time is involved? You know, just, I mean, I'm not sure if I will get selected, but in case that happens, for planning purposes, going forward, just to have an understanding.
The council, of course, will be an advisory body, and according to the legal opinion that we have received, this council must, as at a minimum, meet 4 times a year, and preferably on the Zoom platform. But it will be entirely up to the council how active or inactive they would be. It's not something that we, as lawmakers, can prescribe. We are just involved in this process. The council will have to set up its own program and how it functions. However, in preparation for this work, we have been informed that it is an advisory body. It should meet at least 4 times a year.
And so will this council have a secretariat?
Yes.
It will have a secretariat?
Yes. Okay. And we have been waiting as a portfolio committee. We've received complaints that we took too long to finalize this process, but it was because we had been informed that there would be no money to set up the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and of course a secretariat would be needed, and therefore the council would need funds. And ultimately we've been assured that as of this new financial year, monies then will be made available, because we as a portfolio committee didn't want a situation where we are setting up the council for failure. We needed to make sure that resources would be available. So that will be available as of the new financial year, and then a secretariat will also follow along with the council and the board.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Colleagues, you can quickly stretch your legs, and then we come back for the interview. We were supposed to have the first one.
Are we ready for that now? Are we ready for that now?
democratic process. But maybe I can just start by asking you whether you've got any conflict of interest to declare, and also just confirm that you understand that this is not a salaried position, but that the candidates or nominees who become board members of this National Council will receive a stipend only.
Thank you so much, Chair. At this moment, I have no conflict of interest to declare. I do understand that this is not a salaried position.
Okay. Then maybe we can just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, why you've put your hand up to serve your nation, to be recommended for this council. Also, as you know, we are looking for candidates from civil society as well as the private sector to recommend to the President for appointment. So also just talk to your background and which sector you represent.
Okay. Thank you so much. So many questions in one question. I hope I will remember all of them. But just a brief background of who I am. My name is Lebogang Ramalepe. I was born in a township called Lenyenge, which is in Zanin, which is in Limpopo province. I hold a background in psychology, so I have a PhD in psychology, a master's in psychology, an honors in psychology, as well as an undergraduate degree in psychology. I also hold a postgraduate diploma in HIV/AIDS management. So with regards to who I am, I identify as a gender and sexuality activist and scholar. I come both from civil society as well as from the academic space. So my activism also informs my research. So with regards to the civil society organizations that I represent, I work with a number of civil society organizations that have footprint in the country, in the region, as well as on the continent. I am an active member of the Young Women of Africa, which is a continental organization that has representation in 46 African countries, where we work on mobilizing issues that pertain to young women and girls on the continent. And one of these would be issues pertaining to gender-based violence. I have dedicated my life to issues of gender and sexuality, and this is evident in the various activities and tasks that I've undertaken. I started my career as a research assistant, where I worked on a project that looked at HIV amongst men who have sex with men, which speaks to the sexuality element, especially the LGBTQI element. Both my master's and PhD thesis have looked at issues around Black, lesbian, and gay women, as well as the LGBTQI community. Within my research, I've done research that pertains to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which is an area which would want to also, should I be recommended, would want to bring attention to, because the reality is that young people are facing new forms of violence, which are perpetuated through social media and perpetuated through technology. I also have worked within the Tutuzela Care Centers, where I've done research within the Tutuzela Care Centers. I understand the one-stop center model, not only from the South African perspective, but also from the continental area as well as internationally. So I've done a lot of research within gender-based violence within the LGBTQI community. So that just sums up who I am. I'm trying to remember the rest of the, oh yes, why am I eligible, or why have I applied? What makes me think that I'm a good candidate? I think I'm a good candidate because I am young. I have dedicated both my academic and activist life to understanding issues of gender-based violence. I understand not only theoretically the intersectionalities of issues pertaining to gender-based violence and femicide, but I also understand from an activist and community level how these issues of gender-based violence intersect and dissect and how they affect people from various backgrounds. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Lebofang. Honorable Shabamu Fisani, my name. I'm from Mpumalanga. I will then ask you a technical question. Can you provide us with your understanding of legal framework that give effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence?
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Shabangu. I think I'll start your question by firstly speaking to the Constitution. Because there are sections in the Constitution that speaks to human dignity, that speaks to freedom, that speaks to economic empowerment. And these chapters, I just can't remember them off by heart, they give premises now to the legislation. So the legislation that speaks to the Sexual Offenders Act, the legislation that speaks to the Domestic Violence Act, all of these legislation then give premise to this council to ensure that we have a multi-sectoral approach to dealing with issues that pertain to gender-based violence and femicide, but also to ensure that we have dignity for the survivors and victims of gender-based violence, but also ensuring that we have a mandate to prevent gender-based violence, to eliminate gender-based violence, and to respond to gender-based violence. Because our Constitution then gives premises to human dignity, and we cannot have a subsection of the population which are affected by gender-based violence and are not living within the holds of human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings, Dr. Romalebe. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this committee. I come all the way from Mpumalanga. Please tell us what would you say are objects and functions of the council?
Okay. The functions of the council are to ensure that there is a multi-sectoral, and I'll speak a little bit to that, an intersectoral approach, response to eliminating and preventing gender-based violence in our community. So this multi-sectoral approach would include different government departments, which are the stakeholders as well, and it will also include civil society, but it will also include private organizations as well. These stakeholders need to work together, to pull together, to ensure that ultimately we prevent. If we fail to prevent, we are able to respond, and ultimately we are able to eliminate gender-based violence. So this multi-sectoral, intersectoral approach needs not to only happen at a national level. It needs to trickle down to all spheres of government and within all spheres of our society, so provincial, local, as well as the community level. So also, the functions of the council is to ensure that we share resources, we share findings, we communicate these findings, we monitor the strategies that are put in place to respond to GBV. So broadly speaking, the NSP speaks to a number of pillars, right? And the pillars then outline which outcomes are there. So as the board, one of the main functions would be to say that these are our pillars that we have in the NSP. Using this act, looking at the outcome, what are the key activities? What do we need to do to reach this specific outcome. And how do we then measure it, right? How do we measure these outcomes? What does success look like within these outcomes? So broadly speaking, that's what I think the functions would be.
Thank you. I must still apologize on behalf of yeah. Now, getting your proposal with the NSP, may you just briefly give us your understanding of the 1 and 6?
Okay.
Will you come in this one? And will provide us your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role that you think the council should play in that regard.
So many questions.
You want me to repeat?
It's okay. You can
So firstly, we wanted you to explain your understanding of Pillar 1 and 6. Secondly, give us your assessment, what is the effectiveness of the NSP, and what role do you think that the council should play in the improving the order?
So, my understanding of Pillar 1, which speaks to accountability, it also speaks to coordination, and it also speaks to leadership. So, we cannot speak of the other pillars if we don't speak about accountability. So, all the stakeholders need to be accountable to each other, including the board being accountable to the stakeholders and to the public. We need to speak about accessibility. If we are talking about a response to gender-based violence, it's not about having those structures there. If people don't feel comfortable to access those structures, we need to speak about leadership from the leadership level. It's okay from national, but we need to see that leadership trickle down up until to the religious leader or the counselor in the community. So my understanding is of Pillar 1 is that using accountability, using coordination, using leadership, we need to ensure that we are able to address the issue of gender-based violence and femicide within our communities at all levels of leadership. So, and then speaking to Pillar 6, which speaks to research, I think I'm a bit biased on this one because I do identify as a researcher. So, we cannot implement Pillar 2, which speaks to prevention, or Pillar 3, which speaks to justice, or Pillar 4, which speaks, now I just can't remember them, but we cannot speak about these pillars if we don't have the research, the evidence that guides us, that tells us that this is the lived realities of individuals who are faced by gender-based violence, and then whether these realities, then we use that information to say, what are the interventions? Are these interventions effective? If they are not effective, what would we need to do to augment our intervention? So Pillar 6 is very crucial. And I really like to just speak just on these pillars to say that gender-based violence and femicide is not, it's a problem, all right, but we have dealt with other pandemics within the South African context. We have dealt with HIV, we have dealt with COVID-19. How can we then say, building on the strategies and interventions we used in those pandemics, can we now use to eradicate and prevent and respond to gender-based violence? For example, now still speaking to Pillar 6, do we have prevalence study, annual prevalence study, where we know that with HIV, we've got annual prevalence research that is conducted within the HIV era, that is informing the interventions. Do we have that within the GBV space? When it comes to leadership coordination, where can we borrow from the interventions that were used during the HIV pandemic, during the COVID-19 pandemic, to now deal with issues of gender-based violence and femicide? So the effectiveness of the NSP, in my opinion, it's a really fantastic document. Now, the key now is the implementation of that document. And I think what would be important for the board is to sit down with the various stakeholders and say that we have identified these key pillars as the foundations of dealing with gender-based violence and femicide. We have identified the outcomes which would translate to us dealing effectively with this issue of gender-based violence and femicide. Now, let us sit and discuss the short-term, the mid-term, and the long-term response. What activities do we need to undergo? How do we measure those activities? How do we monitor those activities? And how then do we then improve and receive feedback on those activities? So the role, of course, speaking to the NSP would be that we would need to look at it and really interrogate and discuss how we would go about coming up with actionable activities to ensure that we are able to reach the outcomes as outlined in the NSP. Thank you.
Good day, Dr. Ramalepe. My name is Bobo Mkhono. I'm from KZN. The question that I have for you is, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, the boy, child, and men are also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that the boy, child is not left behind?
Thank you so much for that. Often people think that when we describe gender-based violence, we are speaking about cisgender heterosexual women. Whereas when we, and I don't want to be too academic in my response, but when we unpack the term gender, right, it means so much. It's more than just binary individuals. It's more than just heterosexual individuals. So when we look at the statistics, of course, young women and girls and women are affected more by gender-based violence. But we do see that the boy, child, and boys do experience violence. They do experience violence either in their childhood, either in their adulthood. So the attention has kind of left the boy, child, and the men out of the conversation when we're dealing with the response, when we're dealing with prevention, and when we're dealing with eliminating gender-based violence. So we would need to include the boy, child, and men, and a number of stakeholders within, the council can assist us with that. We need to speak more about positive masculinities. So how do we then engage the various departments, for example, the Department on Traditional Affairs? What conversations are being had during initiation schools, right? How can we bring positive masculinities within those spaces? How can religious leaders, cultural leaders, ensure that we change the norms around what masculinity looks like and we moved away from toxic masculinities but towards positive masculinities. So, and I think also the education around young boys and men would also need to be included. But we would need to have prevention mechanisms that also not only directed to women but also directed to young boys. When we also look at Pillar 5, I think, which speaks to economic empowerment, right? It mainly speaks about the economic empowerment of women, right? So how do we then also economically empower the boy child to ensure that while we are responding to issues of the girl child, but we don't completely disregard the boy child? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Doctor. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And how are you, Honorable Mailuna?
I'm doing great, thank you. I've got 2 questions for you. The first one is, effective governance is key for any board to function optimally. How would you ensure good governance in the National Council if you were to be recommended for appointment? And question number 2, what would you consider to be the key attributes of a member serving in the National Council? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So indeed, good governance is very key to ensure that the board functions optimally. And this really relates to ethics and integrity. It really relates to the things that we do even though others won't find out. So I think what I would do, what I would ensure is that we are all adhere to high standards of ethics and integrity, but there's also transparency within how the board functions. So transparency, the board is not only accountable to the council, but also to the public. So I would ensure that we are transparent. I would ensure that we are ethical. I would ensure that we adhere to the highest standards of integrity. The key attributes for me would be someone who, especially for this board, someone who has good grounding in gender-based violence and femicide issues, not only from a theoretical perspective, but also from a practical perspective. It would be someone who understands the lived experiences of gender-based violence and femicide, not necessarily having been a victim or a survivor, but someone who is able to show that empathy and sympathy towards victims of gender-based violence. It would be someone who understands the key drivers of gender-based violence within our society. Someone who's able to then say, what are the existing interventions that we have? How can we learn from other countries? How can we learn from other contexts to come in and advise the council to say that this is the direction that is being taken on a continental level when it comes to the elimination of violence against women and girls? We would need to rectify this as well as a council or as a country. So, and also of course then good attributes would be you need to be approachable. You would need to be open because people come from different backgrounds, people come with different experience, and you would need to be able to take that in as well. And then of course I cannot stress the issues of ethics and integrity, so those would be the key attributes for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I check? I see a big smile from Honourable Tsokensi. I know my member, and he didn't even say anything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. How do you imagine yourself practicalizing documents like King's 4, principles there of King's 4, in assisting the governance of this board?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How do you see yourself practicalizing documents like King's 4, King's 4, in assisting with the governance of the board?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that document.
Okay.
Yes. I would need to familiarize myself with that document.
That's fine.
Honorable Champion Brunas.
Thank you very much and greetings to the doctor. Thank you very much for indulging us. I think as part of my follow-up, in your introduction you spoke about your background and your experience and also some of the research that you have conducted. Out of the research that you have conducted and also the structures you have served in, can you identify at least 3 of best practices that you're going to take if you were to be appointed in the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Okay, so I would speak to first prevention, and then I will speak to response, and then I will speak to elimination. So with regards to the prevention, we need to, as I've indicated, we would need to borrow from other pandemics to say, how have we addressed other pandemics before? How did we reach our goal when it comes to HIV? What prevention strategies did we adapt from a national, provincial, local, and also community level? So I think it would be important for us to not try and reinvent the wheel, but to say that there are areas where we can borrow from and we could try and augment and implement that within this council. Then when it comes to the issue of response, there are a number of areas where we could improve, especially when we look at the response pertaining to the Tutuzela Care Center model, right? So how can we, because currently the Tutuzela Care Center model is pitched at a tertiary level in terms of our healthcare systems. But then how can we then ensure that some of the response to the survivors and victims of GBV within the Tutuzela Care Centers now move to primary health care, now move to the community? So these are some of the things that I've just observed within my research. And then speaking to these preventions, speaking to these responses, then we can speak about the elimination. But also very importantly, going back to the issue of the boy child and men within our community. We need to include them. We need not to leave them behind. We need to have discussions with them, right? And also have interventions that are centered around them. But we also see that in our response and prevention, it's mainly centered around cisgender heterosexual women. We are seeing that people who live with disabilities are excluded. We are seeing that members of the LGBTQI community are excluded. But we are also seeing in the research that most of the research focuses on adult women rather. So we are seeing that the adolescent girl, the adolescent boy is excluded. So we need to have more research in those areas. Most of the research also focuses on urban areas. We would need to move into the rural areas and have more research being conducted in rural provinces. And also from a methodological perspective, not to be too technical, we would need to have more longitudinal studies. Currently, we are dominated by cross-sectional studies. So I would think that longitudinal study then speaks to Pillar 6, which then informs our interventions as well. Thank you.
Honourable members, can I check if there are any further questions? Honourable Kanyile.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Dr. Romalepe, in your, I think in one of the responses that you were giving us, you've mentioned that you are a member or part of the organization that is fighting gender-based violence, that has a footprint in various countries. If I remember very well, you mentioned 46 countries. Can you please just remind me the name of the organization? And I also would like to know, in which country would you say yourself together with that organization have made a great impact in terms of reducing or dealing with the issue of the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the name of the organization is Young Women of Africa, but I also work with feminism while in Africa as well. So we have been effective in a number of countries, I must say, because we run a number of programs that are linked to young women. For example, in January, we ran the Back to School campaign that also speaks to one of the pillars of the NSP, that speaks to economic empowerment. Within the months of agriculture, we look at women within the agricultural space. Within the GBV space, we also then look at GBV, we look at SRH issues. So it would be quite difficult because we are, our structures are more regional. So we focus on what is happening within SADC, and we focus on our implementation, and East Africa will also then have a footprint. But we run programs throughout the year that looks at various issues that intersect on issues of young women and girls, but also, of course, then, broadly speaking, gender as well. Thank you.
Yes, Mama?
Because I had interest also in what the same question that Honorable Kanyile has asked. But unless if I miss it, because I would be interested to know, Dr. Lebogang, amongst, for the work that you are doing, as you were explaining, if there is any country where you would say to us, they had this so much gender-based violence, but because you are working with those countries, you have seen the decrease, and what were the strategies? If there's any, if there's none, it's okay.
I think maybe I can speak on not only the organization, but the research that I've done within the Tutuzela care centers on the African continent. In my opinion, I would say that Rwanda is doing quite fantastic in its response and how they have organized themselves with regards to the Tutuzela care centers. But then going back to the civil society organization, it would be quite difficult for me to indicate, to say that this is the specific country, this is the statistics that were there, and this is where they went down. I would not have that figures at this moment.
Can I check any further follow-ups, colleagues? Nothing? Is there anything you would like to ask us at this stage?
Okay, yes, I do have one. I just want to understand and maybe get your understanding of how we can use the machinery that we used in the HIV pandemic. How can we use that now to deal with issues of gender-based violence and femicide?
I think that is one of the proposals that you'll be able to make to the council if you get there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but thank you. We just need to, firstly, I want to echo the sentiments of Honorable Totetse in that we didn't recognize you as a doctor in the beginning, because I think for a young woman like yourselves and us being a portfolio committee that looks after the interests of young people and women, we really do, we are very proud of young women who are as accomplished as you. So really, we do need to give you that recognition. Secondly, we want to say thank you very much for spending the time with us this morning, for putting your hand up to be willing to serve our nation when our nation faces a gender-based violence crisis, national emergency, and a disaster. I want to just inform you that as a portfolio committee, we are going to be conducting interviews for the entire week. We are interviewing 18 candidates. From here, we will go back to the National Assembly, where we will conclude the work in that we will receive an HR screening, state security vetting report. We will also have a legal opinion from our parliamentary legal services on the public commentary that we have received. But by and large, the public has been very complimentary, and they've given us positive feedback in terms of the candidates that we have shortlisted. So from there, the committee will deliberate on the candidates, which of course will also be live, as your interview has been live on YouTube. And from there, the portfolio committee will then submit a report to the National Assembly, where again the National Assembly will then deliberate on the candidates that we are proposing to the House. This will be followed by voting, and once the report is adopted, it will be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately make the choice of who will serve on South Africa's first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So Doc, thank you so much for sharing your ideas, your insights, your passion, your knowledge. We wish you well, and we will be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Do you want more questions?
I want to ask you just to, if you're happy with the following proposal, that you just stretch your legs again and that you come back for us to do the and then you will go for your lunch break after that, which will be 1 o'clock. You don't have to stretch, we're just waiting for Ms. Ndlovu to come through the reception. So my proposal, colleagues, is that you just, if you want to walk, to just stretch your legs. If you don't want to, if you want to catch some sun, then we'll take, or actually we'll take some pictures outside with Ms. Landu. We are waiting for Ms. Ndlovu to arrive. We will then take Ms. Ndlovu. From there, we'll break for our lunch break. After lunch, we'll come back for our 2 Zoom interviews, and then hopefully we'll finish at 4 or just about 4:30, so we'll be on time. But if I can allow you to finish a bit earlier, I will try my best. Thank you. So just, Ms. Landu can take a few pictures for your colleagues outside there by the parliament.
can't hear it.
Okay, there we can hear you now.
Is it better now?
Yeah, you can just
All
restate
right.
that for us.
So, thanks, Chair. I have no conflicts of interest, and I am aware in terms of the remuneration structure.
Perfect. Ms. Ndlovu, just tell us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, why you think you're a suitable candidate to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Also, as you are aware, we are looking for candidates from civil society or from the private sector. So also just indicate to us which sector you represent. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the question. I always find that question interesting, like, please tell us about yourself. So I'm Anil Ndlovu from Pietermaritzburg in KwaZulu-Natal. I've also lived in Joburg for over 10 years, and then I moved back to KZN due to a retrenchment in 2020, which led to the work that I currently do now around mental health and GBVF. I went through my own personal journey of being diagnosed with depression, alcohol addiction, a suicide attempt, being admitted in a psychiatric hospital, and it took almost a year after the initial retrenchment for me to get help. And when I was admitted in this psychiatric facility, it's when I realized that a lot of people, the shame around mental health related issues, and that people are not able to get the help that they need because they can't talk about their issues, and therefore they can't go, they don't know where to go to get the help. And I'm a very vocal person, and I am not afraid to use my voice, talking about my personal experiences and all that. So for me, my family, my friends, everybody knew what was happening with me. And I told myself when I was in admission that as soon as I get out, there must be a reason why I've gone through all this. And I started telling my story using social media, using events, and that's when the platform that I now run, which I've been running for 5 years, the Tea with Anil Ndlovu, started in Pietermaritzburg to commemorate Women's Day, but also just to get women together to say, I find that it's a lot of women who actually struggle, especially in the Black, colored, and Indian communities, in terms of mental health issues and gender-based violence issues, because there is a link between gender-based violence and how it impacts your mental health. I've seen it, even with what I went through at work, I've had to learn that there are certain instances and certain things that imply what gender-based violence is. So I started using my lived experience to do the work that I'm doing, to create awareness, to educate people, and mostly to be a resource for where people can go to get help. Because I knew, being in the system, this is where I can go. And my admission was in a private hospital, but so I just thought, what about people who can't afford medical aid? What about people who will not be able to see a private therapist? Where can they get help? And that's when, in 2022, I then started engaging people in the public sector. In Pietermaritzburg, we've got Fort Napier Hospital, we've got Town Hill Hospital, and through that work is when I was opened to what is it that the public sector offers in terms of mental health. And that's when I was also introduced to your Lifeline and Rape Crisis, and other organizations that work around the mental health and GBVF space. So as you can see, I'm wearing pink today because my organization, it's just, the pink is about hope for me, and it's about when people see me, when people hear my story, it's to show them that no matter what it is that you have been through, there is help out there, there is healing out there, and don't think you can't afford it, because the public sector, whether it's health, whether it's social development, whether it's SAPS, there is a way for you to get help. And I live that. I live that in my daily life. I live that through the work that I do, through the organizations that I also work with. So whenever I think about, tell us about yourself, I'm the T. I'm the T, and the T being T as in itiye esiliphuzayo. Because you know, when we gather around having tea, it's about having conversations. It's about letting go. It's about gossiping. But it's the way I've used it is, let's gossip, let's talk, let's let go, but in things that will propel us to getting healing, to being prosperous, and to being safe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Honorable Bawani.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good day, Ms. Ndlovu.
Good day, Honorable.
Thank you. I've got only one question for you, again. My question is, can you provide us with your understanding of the legal framework that gives effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide?
Please, can you repeat the question? You're very soft, Honorable, sorry.
Provide us with your understanding of legal framework that gives effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
Thank you for the question. My legal understanding stems from what started all this work, which was in 2018 with the total shutdown. And being part of civil society, I've been part of lie-downs, shutdowns, protests, peaceful protests to ensure that whether it's mental health, whether it's GBV, whether it's addiction, that we get the buy-in not just from ourselves as civil society, but also as the public sector and private sector. So in terms of how we are now here to get the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, it stems from the presidential summit that was in 2018, getting the interim steering committee together in April 2019 to put together the National Strategic Plan. There was the bill, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence Bill, I think it was 2022, and the President signed the Act in 2024. So it has been a long road in terms of the legalities and the legal frameworks to get to this point where we can now sit and have the interviews to have this council. But we all know that to do things properly, it takes a lot of time. And we need to make sure that the legal structures, parliamentarian structures and things like that are on the ball and they make sense so that when the council comes into play, we know exactly what the functions are, we know exactly what it is that is expected of us. And without the legal frameworks of that, it would make it a bit difficult for us to understand what is our function. And just like the chair asked, do I understand in terms of remuneration? Those are the things that are in the Act. So it's to sit here today, I have to have known what is the Act and what does the Act say in terms of the function that myself and my colleagues will perform when we are in the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Ndlovu. My name is Jasmine Peterson. I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, what would you say, or what do you think are the objects and functions of the council?
Good afternoon, Honorable Peterson. Thank you for that question. I think the main function of the council is initially, maybe I can start there. Initially, when I applied for the council and I was doing my readings, I had in mind that we would have to put together the strategy and the plan and all that, and coordinate and lead and be accountable. But in doing the readings, just as I answered the other honorable member, doing the readings on the acts, doing the readings on the work that has already been done, we have a really great policy and programming framework in the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. So I believe we don't have to rewrite a strategy as the council. It is already there. Our responsibility as the council is now to ensure adequate implementation of that strategy, the coordination of it, the leadership around it, and then being the accountable body. From what I've also seen in just my readings and talking to people is there has already been work done based on what the National Strategic Plan says. And I keep hearing people saying it's the implementation, it's the coordination between government departments and all that. So I think as the council, our main goal will be to how do we then ensure that there's that effective and efficient coordination between the departments, and then how is it that we can then implement, and mostly to be accountable. I think being on the other side, so when I say we as a council member, but there's also the side of, as South Africans, as civil society, as private individuals, they don't really know that there's even a national strategic plan on GBVF. They don't know that based on the strategic plan, there's been an increase in Thuthuzela care centers from about 50 in 2021 to, as of last year, 66 Thuthuzela care centers. You know, so it's for us to ensure that in our accountability, we also communicate those things to the public. I think a lot of the times we are very reactive as South Africans, and only when something happens, then we get an opportunity to say, but look at what we've done. But now, as this council, and I'm a communicator also professionally, so as a communicator, I also know to have an extensive communication strategy where we go ahead and we are proactive in our communication. And that's one of the things where people will see that we are really leading, we are really coordinating, and we are being accountable. And not for us to wait for another civil society shutdown or lie down. It will be, how is it that we can let people know of the work that has been done, but how we can now add on to it? How can we make sure that the resources that are allocated correctly and are used correctly? Because people will say, there's no money, there's corruption. We need to debunk all that, you know, and especially being the first council, we really need to ensure that what the functions in the Act say we must do, we must really do. We must account, we must lead, we must coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndlovu. I'm going to hand over to Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, Ms. Anele. How are you doing today?
Hi, Honorable Khadebe. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, your understanding on NSP and GBV key policy that frames the work of the Council. May you please outline your understanding of Pillar 1 and 6? Provide us with your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role the Council should play in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. I'm so glad you asked about Pillar 1 because, and I understand why it is Pillar 1, because of how the role of the Council.
Ms. Ndlovu, I'm very, very sorry. Can I just ask that everyone settles down and that we close the window, please, or the sliding door? There's a lot of noise. Thank you so much. I know it is hot in here, but we are almost done, and we just want to be respectful towards our candidate. Is that what you wanted to say, Honourable?
I noticed that language interpretation was being disturbed.
Oh.
So I just thought that we must wait a bit until she started.
Okay, is everything okay now? Thank you for that. Sorry, Ms. Ndlovu.
No problem. Thank you for that observation. As I was saying, Honorable Khadebe, that thank you for asking about Pillar 1, because I feel maybe right now we don't see that inroads have been made in terms of the work of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, because there is no structure or body that is responsible. I understand that there's the Interministerial Committee and there are other committees and bodies that are in this fight, but there are other things that South Africa faces, very important things as well, you know, and sometimes ministers will be pulled into the areas of their focus. And it then has made that accountability and leadership in terms of Pillar 1 a bit ineffective in terms of what the framework has said. So as the council, as I answered Honorable Peterson, as the council, it is going to be very important for us to ensure that we do lead as we are instructed to lead. And we can't say the minister of this or the DG of this or the DG of that. We have now been entrusted to be the leaders. Yes, we're going to report to the minister, who's going to report to the executive, but we are the custodians of this framework. We are the custodians of the NSP. We're the custodians of eradicating GBVF in South Africa. And we have to then be accountable. We have to then coordinate. We then have to lead. And it's going to be hard the first time, I know as the first question I was asked about the functions of the council, it does say that within 6 months, we have to have a plan that will be spoken about, if I can say openly. And with that, we have to be mindful that part of the plan is getting a CEO, is getting staff, is understanding what role are the people who are going to do the everyday work going to be. And it's, again, to the communication. It may not take the 6 months, and we have to then be accountable in that to say, we know that we have been given 6 months, but seeing that this is the first time we are going to sit, it's the first time we are going to be having this council, realistically speaking, we might need 8 months. And I think the thing is, not communicating effectively is what then deems the NSP not to be effective. And that's where the research, Pillar 6 then comes in, is how much research is being done, how much of it is actually being documented. And that is something that we do struggle with. Even in the work that I do, it's how many survivors can we speak to, how many survivors want to speak out. A lot of cases don't get reported because people are still afraid. And I always say with myself that maybe God gave me a big mouth because I'm not afraid to speak out, and that's why I'm able to do the work that I do so effectively. But not everybody can speak out. Not everybody is as brave to say, I survived suicide. Not everybody is able to say, I was admitted in a psychiatric facility. Those things bring shame. And so we then are not getting the correct information. So I think for us it's the maybe the structures that we have, where is the information going? How can we make them a bit more effective? I know I was reading on the NCGBVF collective website, and they have a national dashboard to actually track how the volunteers who are part of the collective, how progressive are the initiatives and interventions that they are doing. If we can maybe roll out interventions like that to say, and even something like the GBV Command Center with their geolocations, if someone has called, can we maybe follow up with them to say, did you get the help from the social workers or the police station that we went to? That is the data that we need to also help us see, are we actually making traction? Because right now, someone can go and report, maybe they can go to a Tutuzela care center, and after that, they kind of fall off the grid. And then we don't get the information that we need to see, are we actually being effective? And that's why that pillar becomes so important in terms of the data management of it. Because we'll then be able to have interventions, have initiatives that are evidence-based to say, because we've seen this and we've followed up, this is what the survivors are saying. They've been able to get help from legal aid, or they've been able to get help from certain organizations. Why don't we then maybe roll a similar plan in other areas? Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndlovu. Who's the next honorable member? Biko.
Good morning. Is it Anele?
Anele, yes,
okay.
Honorable.
Good morning, Anele. My question to you is as follows. Notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, the boy child and men are also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing the GBVF and ensuring that the boy child is not left behind? Thank you.
Sure, Honorable Mbiko. That is a very important and good question, thank you. And I say this because last year I spent a lot of time doing, I would say, teaching LO lessons in high schools in Pietermaritzburg with an organization that is called Unite Against GBV. And going into those lessons was to bring awareness of the effects GBV has, even at a school level. And we would tell the boys that, yes, the focus is on women because males are the main perpetrators, but it's not to say that boys are not also victims. And what I've also learned is I did a course with Lifeline and Rape Crisis Pietermaritzburg, which is a gender-based violence counselor training. And there are so many things in terms of what falls as GBV that I learned. Bullying, harassment, human trafficking. 3 years ago, I had no idea. Even corporate bullying, even bullying at school. And we know a lot of boys actually are bullied and actually go through bullying at a school level, from primary school to high school. And I think as a society, and myself included, we have not put in enough work on how is it that we can also focus on the boy child. But what I found is, and I found this with my own organization, so with the team in 2022, a year after I started it, every time I'd host an event, every time I'll have a live conversation on my social media, I'll get men sending me messages. What about the men? What about the men? And then I would say, why don't you guys also organize something for yourselves? You know, and they're like, no, you organize. So women are able to come together, women are able to plan, women are able to organize, and we then focus on ourselves. So what I did in November 2022 is then I started what we call the men's team, where twice a year in May and in November, I then organize. I'm not in the room, I just plan, I find a venue, I find speakers, and we then get the men to come together and talk and get them to talk about the issues that they face and how is it that they can eliminate those issues. How can they maybe show up better for the boy child? And that's what we need. We need, and the organization that I just mentioned, Unite Against GBV, is actually headed by a man. And that's why I support them so much, because he goes out and he talks about how men can be positive role models to the younger boys. We need more of them. You know, there's only so much that we can do. And I found that with the guys, the minute I'm in the room, I'll have to say, no, I'm just coming to greet you, coming to make sure you know where the food is, where everything is, because then they're not as open. So I think it's, how do we create more spaces like that? More spaces where once we say, men, boys, this is your structure, this is your event, how do we get them to come? Because a lot of the times I find people won't come because they'll say, then other men are going to think I have issues. The other boys are going to think there are issues. And for me, I had to kind of change that narrative to say, it's not because you have issues, it's because you want to come and learn. You want to have more awareness of what is it that is happening so that you can then go into your communities. And I think if we can have a replica of those, of whether it's a braai, get men to actually talk about GBV. How does it affect you? You know, personally, I know that there are men and boys who've been affected, but because they also don't speak out, they don't have those safe spaces, and they think they have to show up macho, even when it's just a space for them. So it's to say to them, if we can organize uncles, if we can organize teachers to come into this space, be open, trust them, so that you can get the help we need. And we can get the help. I've gotten the help. I know so many people who've gotten the help, but it's to let the boy child. Interestingly, I have a 15-year-old son, and he didn't even tell me this, but he said to me early last year that he is going to give a speech at school around mental health. And I was like, did someone ask you? He's like, no. I just thought that, you know, as school children, we also are stressed. We also become anxious. So I went to my LO teacher, and I said to her, I'd like to give a speech in assembly on how we can look after our mental health. And I think with that is because he sees the work that I do. He sees how my family supports the work that I do. My father would take me to therapy. My father would drive me, and my brother, they would drive me to my AA meetings. So I think also our children being aware, especially our boy children. And he gave such a beautiful speech. He wrote it. I didn't help him. I heard it on the morning. His teacher did a video, and that was the first time I also heard it. And for me, it was, oh my goodness, you know, the way I've modeled looking after yourself and the way I've modeled the importance of looking after yourself without saying anything to him. He was able to go and model that to other boys at school. And so if we can get our kids just to be more involved and to speak out, and also us as adults and as parents to model, you know, talking about these issues, talking about GBV and how it impacts your mental health and how you can stop bullying and things like that at school. Thank you.
Ndiyabulela, Ms. Ndlovu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you also to our interviewee. My name is Honorable Tsehofatso Megan Chauke. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. So I'm going to ask you just a few questions. My first one would be, according to you, what are the characteristics of good governance? That's number one. Number two, how will you carry out to ensure that there is good governance within the NCGBVF if you were to be appointed as a board member? And I think lastly to that would be, what is the role of not only civil society, but also of our traditional leaders when it comes to ensuring that governance takes place in the work of the NCGBVF?
Thank you, Honorable Chauke. Please, can you repeat the second question for me?
The second question says, how will you ensure that there is accountability and good governance if you were to be appointed in the NCGBVF?
Thank you. So with the first question being characteristics of good governance, I think I'll take it from the Act just before bringing in what my personal opinion would be is, it has been set out for us in terms of how many meetings are going to happen, the attendance in the meetings, how you can be disqualified, and things like that. So good governance speaks to following the rules and regulations that have been put down for the council. And I think that will also speak to the second question, is we have a guideline of what it is that we need to do as council members. And following that will then bring in that good governance. And when we have meetings, we are all very busy people, I do understand that. But I'm sitting here today because I felt the need that I needed to be on this council. I want to play my role in the elimination and response to GBVF. So good governance means if there are meetings to be attended in person, online, and things like that, I need to actually be responsive to that and be at the meetings. And then not only by my presence, but how am I contributing? Because I think a lot of the times it's a tick box exercise. It's, I attended the meeting, I signed the register. But actually, what is it that you then did? What is it that you contributed? Were there readings that you had to do? Were there things that you needed to submit? And I find even in corporate spaces, even in NGOs or other civil society spaces, is we want to be seen, but we really are not doing the work. If you really had to sit down with people and say, what was your contribution? What is it that you did? So it's not just your presence being there. Your presence is very important, but it's also your contribution. It's how you show up. It's using your voice. I'm here because I do feel I'm ready and I have the characteristics, the accountability. I've coordinated, as I've mentioned, programs, interventions, been involved at local government level, even at provincial level. I've led, I'm still leading. I'm accountable, you know, and those are the characteristics of what I believe the council should have. And in terms of the traditional leaders, so I come from KZN, and Amakhosi, Induna, those are big things in terms of our culture, and I know also in other cultures. And this is something I was also thinking about as I was preparing for today, is even with faith-based organizations, a lot of our people, they take what our traditional leaders and faith-based leaders say, and they do. And so we can't say we cannot talk about GBVF in our churches. We can't talk about GBVF in our cultural groups when the people will actually follow what those leaders say and what those leaders do. And my family church, for a couple of years, every year, we bring in, whether it's a psychologist, whether male or female, whether it's a social worker, because we've realized that the people within the church, they have been through abuse. They are surviving abuse. They are trying to live with abuse and thrive through abuse, whether as children and whether as adults. So us bringing in someone who's going to give them that help within the church community, that's also helped. A lot of people, based on when we have these talks, have actually reached out to me or reached out to an organization within our community to say, I actually need counseling, but I didn't know this until someone came into our church and spoke about it. So with traditional leaders, it's ensuring that we also take them into account. With faith-based organizations, it's taking those leaders into account because they play a critical role in how people actually show up in society. They listen to these leaders. And I think with what you've also said is what I found, and as I said, as a communicator, influencers and social media. For me, when I was thinking about how can we better communicate about the work that has already been done and the work that we will do, children listen to influencers, whether we like it or not. You know, they listen to them, they want to be like them, they want to have YouTube careers, they want to do all these things. So when I was thinking about how effective can our communication plan and our communication strategy be, is actually to bring in those influencers and say, we know that you get us to buy our kids expensive clothes and do all these things. How is it that we can then use those influencers to actually educate and bring more awareness on what do you do if you're being bullied at school? What happens when you go and report a case at the police station? And I mean, we'll obviously give them to say these are the correct, the wording, the measures and things like that. But it's actually using people who already have that voice and people that our children are listening to, because we have to start, and that's why I work so much with schools. We have to start at that school level. And as they grow up with that awareness and they'll know, no, you can't talk to me like that. No, you can't touch me like that. So for me, just like the traditional leaders and the faith-based leaders, our influencers, they need to come on board and actually influence, have influence that will have impact and that will heal and that will serve and that will lead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The first question, I would like for you just to go back to it. If you can name me 5 characteristics of good governance, just 5 characteristics of good governance.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chalke, for that question. I would say leadership, integrity, accountability, commitment, and respect. Those are the 5 characteristics. Thank you.
Colleagues, can I see hands for any follow-up questions? Honorable Kanile.
Ms. Ndlovu, good afternoon. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio. I'm coming from Mpumalanga province. You shared a very inspiring story about your son. You seem to be doing a very good job, and congratulations to you. And you seem to be raising a leader as well. And I'm saying this because yesterday I was called by my daughter. She's only 9 years, telling me that there was another learner at school that was bullying her. Unfortunately, I could not go, but I'm understanding that the teachers are attending to it. So the issues that you are addressing are issues that affect us as well. With that being said, I have one follow-up question for you. It is as follows. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity is said to fuel GBVF, and calls have been made to promote positive masculinity. What is your understanding of these concepts? How would you promote positive masculinity as an area to be advocated by the Council? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kanyile, and thank you for the kind words and also your question. And I'm glad your daughter was able to speak to you, because that's what I found, that sometimes our children don't feel they can speak to us. And that's what leads to perpetuated bullying or any other violence. So the fact that our kids can come up and tell us what is happening, we need to encourage that more. And you may not be there to help her, but she does know that she can always speak to you, and there's a structure, whether it's the teachers or anyone else that can help. And thank you for my son as well. So my son and I only started living together last year. Yes. He lived with his father from when he was 1 year old until he was 6, when his father passed away. And then he continued living with his paternal grandmother. And I think that is then going to answer your question around positive masculinity. And from a very young age, you know, my son, your yes, your please, your thank yous, your anything like that, he was, to this day, very polite, very respectful. And whenever he would visit us, people would always say, "Oh, your son." And I'm like, "Yes, but it's his dad." You know, because he did not live with me full time. I saw him during the holidays, birthdays, and things like that. So for me, it was his dad instilled those values. His dad instilled those positive principles. He modeled them, as I said earlier. So he then grew up knowing that this is how I treat people, this is how I speak to people, because he had a male role model. And now, him living with me and my parents, my brother and my father are now those role models. And my father is also an upstanding person in society. He's respected because he's respectful. And my son knows that. Very clean, you know. So my son knows you must shower twice a day. You must make your bed. He's learning to iron for himself because my father is modeling that. My brother has modeled those to him. And it goes back to what I said earlier to Honorable Mbigo is we need men to actually live like that. We need men to role model what it means to be respectful. We need men to role model what it means to care, you know. And there's this, it was on some social media platform, something that I read where it says, you know, men respect men with money. And it's, so what about people who don't have money but who don't have but who are respectful? You know, so it's also changing those mindsets that just because someone may have money, someone may be rich, they may be actually have poor character. So how is it that we have to ensure that the men, whether they have money or not, but the men who are good role models to their own children and other children, the church leaders, the traditional leaders, the influencers, that is how we can model positive masculinity. Is actually ensuring that the people who are there and who are living their lives respectfully are the ones that we put a spotlight on. And we're not just putting spotlight on someone because they're famous, because they have a fast car and things like that. That's why our kids would want that, because that's what they see. But we need to then, men and women, especially men, to say that I am going to help kids in our church. I am going to help kids in my school. And the kids will grow up knowing there's a teacher, like my son, he knew I need to speak like this because of my father. And now there's no father, but there's a grandfather. There are teachers, there are uncles. So it's also just in these small spaces. And for me, it's even with the NSP, the implementation of it, very critical that we focus on the local government level. That is where the NGOs are. That is where the community-based organizations are. They're not sitting with us in parliament. They're not sitting with us coordinating, but there at local government is where the work is being done. So even with the men, in your spaces, in your workspaces, how are you showing up? How are you speaking to people? How are you speaking to your children? How are you speaking to the next door neighbor's children? That is how we're going to change in terms of from toxic to positive masculinity. Is just how is it that we are living, and are we mindful of the kids are watching us and they're going to do as we do? Am I not littering? Am I saying my please and thank yous? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mbiko.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ndlovu. All what I can say is I'm very touched. I was very touched when you narrated your past. You were so transparent. You were not scared of what people are going to say about me. I'm on a national television. But all what you must know, that there is one or two people who heard what you said today. You must know that you are a role model from today to other young people who have grown, who are still going through what you have gone through. My question to you is, how long did it take for you to go through all these struggles? And now and then when you realize that now I'm over the bridge, I've crossed, all these unwanted challenges, but now I can shout on the top of mountain and say, yay, I did it. My last comment will be like, it's true that dynamites come in small packages. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbiko. Sure. So, for me, what has helped in my recovery and in my healing journey has been speaking out. I think I've always just been a talkative person, and I'm able to speak to people I know, people I don't know, whether it's in a group like this, whether it's online. Like I said, I use my social networks a lot. And for me, it was also, people are struggling, and people think they're the only ones going through something. And with me, and I would get this question is, but you can't be an alcoholic, look at you. But you can't have been depressed, or how did you even think about killing yourself when you live in a suburb and your parents are this and all those things. And that's why even with GBVF, it's not a class thing, it's not a race thing. From LSM 1 to LMS 10, it affects all of us. So for me, that is exactly why I am going to speak out about these things, because people don't expect someone who looks like me to have gone through that. Whenever we think about an alcoholic, it's that malume by the tavern who needs to go and be picked up maybe in a wheelbarrow or something. People would never think I'm an alcoholic, but I was, and I'm in recovery. It's 3 years sober now. But to get to this point, it took my parents not trusting me when I would walk out the house. When I say I'm going jogging, they wouldn't know in what state I would come back in. So I then share that story that just because I look a certain way, just because I've worked in corporates, just because I've done all these things, I'm not immune to certain illnesses, if I can call it that, or social ills. And that's why it became so important for me to then actually speak out. And the more I do events, and I was actually thinking, looking back at, I've done 28 in-person events just as my organization. Not other people's events that I've supported, I've spoken at. Just from 2021 to date, I've hosted in-person 28 events. I've done 183 lives on social media, speaking about these things, bringing in psychologists, bringing in social workers, bringing in people with lived experiences to say, yes, I may look like this. And yes, I may have parents who are like this and who live a certain lifestyle, but I've still gone through this, so anyone can go through it. But the most important thing is we can get help. And that's why I had put my hand up even to be part of this council, is because I've lived all this. And even with GBV, harassment at work, I didn't think of it as part of being GBV, but those are things that I faced. You know, financial exclusion, those are things that are part of GBV, those are things that I faced. Being manipulated at work, those are things that I faced. And now that's why I'm saying that getting people to understand the intricacies and what implies GBVF is so important, because I could be sitting here and just think it's only rape, it's only murder, it's only other sexual assaults, not knowing that there are so many things that people go through that they cannot talk about because it's, but you're in parliament, you shouldn't be going through that. But we're humans. You know, we're humans and we do go through things. We go through a lot of things, but it's how is it that you're going to come out? And the other part of your question, it took me 7 months from the day I received that retrenchment note for me to actually be honest and to say, I'm not okay, I am struggling, I need help. So it takes a while, but if you're going to listen to me, I always say, don't let it take as long as it took me. You know, you can get the help. And like I said earlier, it doesn't mean if you don't have money, if you don't have medical aid, that you can't get help. And that's why I advocate so much for the public sector, the hospitals, the police stations, social development. It's because there is help. But our people also don't know, and that's where the communication comes in. We need to tell our people, this is where you can go to get help. Thank you.
Ms. Ndlovu, is there anything that you would like to ask us? Don't make it a difficult question.
No, Chair, I think I'm good. I don't have a question for the committee.
And is there anything else you would like to say in closing to us?
Honorable Chair, I think, thank you, firstly, for this opportunity, to everyone around the room, and that this is finally happening. You know, it has taken a while to get to this point, but I'm glad that we are finally here, and I am looking forward to seeing what the council is going to do. I really strongly believe that the council can make a difference. And I think it will also just help South Africans have more trust in the government, because right now there is that, oh, but will government do anything? Oh, government never does anything. So having a dedicated structure and a dedicated body in this form, and actually having people where they've seen do the work, because sometimes as committee members, we see you up there, but if there are civil society and private sector people who are actually part of this council, people will trust that something is going to be done. So thank you, and all the best with the rest of the interviews.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ndlovu. I just want to inform you that this committee will be interviewing 18 candidates. You were one of the 18. This will take us the entire week up until Friday. We will then go back to Parliament, where we will deliberate on our state security screening report, our HR report. We will also get a legal opinion on some of the public commentary that we've received. By and large, the public comments that we received were positive, and they complimented this committee for the candidates that we shortlisted. From there, we will deliberate on the candidates that we would wish to recommend. Finally, we will table a report to the National Assembly, which will be debated in the House, and if it is passed, it will then be sent to the President of the Republic, and Mr. Ramaphosa will then ultimately decide on who he wants to recommend or who he wants to appoint to the first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But I want to echo the sentiments of our colleagues. I think your story is inspirational. You've shown great courage and strength, and we really need to commend you, because often you know, people do good work in small spaces, and you are one of those. You are doing good work on a daily basis in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And we as lawmakers, we sit in Parliament, but it's you on the ground that are doing the good work in this fight. And we can only say thank you very much, and thank you for putting your hand up to serve your nation, and continue to do the good work that you are doing. Continue to lead, continue to inspire, and continue to make a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, that brings us to an end for the first part of the day. We will now take our lunch break until 2:15. There is a lunch table that has been prepared, a long lunch table, one, not many. We are sitting together as a family because our mother had suggested that to us. So we will sit together in the lunchroom. Please be back at 2:15. She's speaking. Honourable Shabangu. Colleagues, yeah, thank you so much. I think some of the comments that we had received said that our candidates that we had shortlisted either doesn't have the experience, knowledge, or qualifications to be successful in these interviews. And I must say the 4 people that we've interviewed so far has really been something good. We've seen good candidates so far. So colleagues, please do go and enjoy your lunch, and then we'll meet back here at 2:15 for the 2 last interviews, which will be virtual interviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, my Chair. Long love.
Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We have been tasked by the National Assembly to identify candidates for recommendation to serve on South Africa's very first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I'm here with colleagues of the Portfolio Committee, and they will introduce themselves as they engage with you. I want to just, okay, there we can see you. At least we can see you, so we're able to engage with you.
You got me at a disadvantage, eh?
It's okay. At least you can hear us. It's an improvement. And at least if you don't see my face, you're not distracted because at least you can focus on Parliament's building. Ma'am, we want to just start off by firstly asking you whether there's any conflict of interest that you wish to declare, and also whether you are aware that this is a non-salaried appointment. In other words, members that will be recommended to serve on the council will only receive a stipend. So we just wanted to first ask you to give us an undertaking with regards to the conflict of interest and whether you understand that it's not a paid position. Dr. Suleiman? That's why I said we should do the Can we stop the live stream? I just don't want to be on a screen like this.
Can anybody give us an indication as to what's happening at this stage? Because my members and we are just here not sure what's happening. Hotel without network. Okay. Okay. Can you connect to the Wi-Fi on your phone? Who's responsible for the stream? Can we cut the stream, please? Yeah, because at this stage, I'm wondering now, colleagues, whether we shouldn't finish all the... We've got 4 virtual candidates. It was to be Dr. Suleiman, Ms. Matabane, Ms. Baines-Daintree, and Ms. Moremane, 4 candidates from the Western Cape. So I'm wondering whether we shouldn't finish all the Johannesburg interviews and then interview the 4 Western Cape candidates in the Western Cape. Maybe I would hear your impressions, colleagues. I know that there's a concern that it will be unfair that we don't have all the interviews in 1 week. However, I want to say the person who went first today was disadvantaged as compared to the person that will be interviewed last by us. So where, for example, the people who will be interviewed by us today or tomorrow would have watched the interviews from today. So in essence, I don't think that there is a fairness issue if we interview 4 people in Cape Town, as long as we don't ask the same questions, which we've been doing, we've been rotating, we'll ask different questions. So if I make the proposal that we do the 4 candidates, where's Dr. Suleiman back?
Hey, yes.
Dr. Suleiman, are you back?
Yes, I was here.
Oh, Dr. Suleiman, I really don't have words to express our dismay and also our embarrassment that we have treated you in this way. On behalf of Parliament, I really want to apologize, ma'am. You've put your hand forward to serve our nation, and we can only thank you for sticking with us the whole day as we've navigated these ICT issues. So really do accept my sincere apologies, ma'am.
I understand the more technology becomes innovative, the more problems we encounter.
So really sorry, Doc. Doc, again, I'm with the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm the chairperson. I would like to ask you, ma'am, just to give us an indication if there's a conflict of interest that you would like to declare and whether you are aware that this is a non-salaried position.
I think I responded and it wasn't recording. Yes, there are no issues with conflict of interest because the only thing I do other than if I'm involved in this committee or council would be my work, which is being a psychologist both in the forensic and in the counseling field. But by the same token, I think if something does turn up that could potentially be conflictual, I would definitely point it out and excuse myself from areas of conflict. My kids call me, my middle name is Ethics. So you can be well assured that I will excuse myself either from my work area, which may cause the conflict, or from council level. And yes, I'm aware of it not being a salaried position, but I think money is the root of all evil in any event. And being passionate about what one does is more important than the monetary gain.
Thank you so much.
Then, Doc, maybe you can just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, about your background, why you would like to be considered to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And also, as you know, we are tasked to find people from, or representatives from, civil society and the private sector. So while you are elaborating about yourself and why you want to be considered, also indicate to us which sector you are representing.
Okay, I'm a forensic and accounting psychologist. I've had over 3 decades of experience, and my work is at the intersection of trauma, violence, addiction, and family systems. And I think added to that, I've worked in NGOs for a very long time. And while my training, at the most recent training, is more in psychological in nature, I think my contribution to the council level will definitely not be clinical. It's more translational. It would be bridging the gap between legislation and lived reality, because my field of work is in the reality. Everybody's picture seems to have disappeared. Is everybody there?
We are here, ma'am.
Okay, the other guy that was there, his pictures disappeared. I understand, like when the Constitution was being drawn, I was working for an organization called the Democracy Development Program in Durban, and we were involved in it. And when you look at the Constitution, it's such a beautifully written policy, which, your policy can be magnificent on paper, but it can collapse at implementation level. And my work has been focused on closing that gap. And also, most of my career has been spent looking at where policy meets pain. I know it sounds poetical, but court reports, family violence, addiction, I do wellness programs for municipalities. I see how these systems fail the victims. And I believe the council needs voices of people who understand governance structures and the lived reality of what happens out there. And my contribution would be ensuring that strategies are not just theoretically sound, but practical and implementational. And I spend a lot of time, I do policies for rehabs. I've worked in rehabilitation centers for over 10 years now, and I now draft policies for different rehabs, looking at where they're located, the kind of clientele they get in, and I design policies to suit the actual issues that the rehabs are licensed to do. And I think looking at all of what I'm doing, it's like I'm not totally involved in governance right now of Parliament, for instance, the governing body of the country. But it would be so nice to be able to put the two pieces together, to see what works on the ground and look at how legislation and that could fit in the best. So I don't know which sector it would fit in. It's not purely civil. It's not, what was the other category you spoke about, government-based. It's not that. I want to say reality-based, but I don't know how that would go down with you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. You've answered extensively. I'm going to hand over to Honorable Shabango, who will introduce herself.
Dr. Suleiman, are you there?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I can hardly hear you. You're very soft.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Suleiman. It's Honorable Shabangu.
Yes, ma'am.
I will ask you just one question. Not a lot, but you can talk a lot. What is your understanding of the legal framework
that gives effect to this, to the National Council for GBVF? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, sorry, did I interrupt you? I think, you know, when I looked at where the council first came from, I think it was a conference that the president had in 2018, and he had another one thereafter. And I was wondering how I could put down the core purpose of the council. And I put it down in just a one-liner kind of thing, that the council exists to provide strategic leadership, coordination, and accountability for the national GBV response in this country. And everything would flow from that. And each section, like I've kind of taken the liberty of taking that one sentence and saying, so how can it be broken down to understand how the council could work? And I could be way off the mark. It looks at strategy to develop frameworks for and align the national strategic plan, set priorities, and advise the President and Parliament on should we as South Africa focus on first when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide. Am I on the right track?
Yes, you can continue.
Continue, Dr. Sullivan.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, then looking at coordination, the one thing that I found working in NGOs is that, like, we had the cluster of justice, correctional services, and safety and security. I was quite amazed. I remember the one time there was I think it was correctional services had a conference on introducing what they had just put into a white paper. And the other two people making up that cluster, justice and safety and security, had no idea what was happening. And for me, it's intrinsic that we get all the departments together. For instance, you look at SAPs, are they getting enough training? You look at health, are they supporting victims sufficiently? You look at justice and then social development. And then also align civil society and NGOs. And, you know, we prevent working like in separate little silos to actually let each one flow into the other so one knows what the other's doing. I mean, look at the problems we've been seeing recently about people reporting cases. Some police stations don't know how to handle it. And I see the council as a body that would look at how to inform everybody on what recommendations they make, or at least form, put into plan a way that this should come down, filter down. And then there should also be oversight and accountability and policy advice as well. Advise on legislation, recommend reforms, and identifying barriers to what policy actually presents to the people, and then advocacy and prevention.
Thank you.
So, okay, I was trying to work on it.
No, that's good. Thank you, Doc. I'm going to hand you over to Honorable Kanyile.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon,
Suleiman.
ma'am.
Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. I only have one question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you please tell us what are the objects and functions of the council?
A lot of it I've just gone over now with regards to strategy, the oversight responsibility, the accountability. But I think also to look at what is currently in place. You know, I remember studying first year, what was it, anthropology, many, many moons ago. But like, you know, when we try to reinvent the wheel, we need to look at what's there and why is it or isn't it working, and make recommendations for things to change. I was just talking to somebody the other day. The thing that gets to me is when laws are written in the language that people don't understand. And I think the council's, one of the responsibilities is to let people know that they're protected by the law. And my understanding is that the council was established to provide the leadership to national coordination. Historically, services have been fragmented, I mentioned this just now, across various departments. And you need one body to be able to oversee that function that goes across all departments. And I think that's what is lacking. And for me, the council seems to be able to align, the role would be to align the efforts of all the different departments and work as one cohesive role.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suleiman. I'm going to hand over to the next member who will introduce himself.
Thank you, Chair. And Dr. Suleiman, my name is Tiamo Tsoteti. I am a member of this committee. I just have one question. It's one question, but it has three mini components.
Okay.
My question is based on the National Strategic Plan.
Sir, you're sounding a little bit faded as you're speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. So my question is based on the National Strategic Plan. One, I'd like you to give us your understanding of Pillar 1 and Pillar 6. That's number one. And that you give us, in your assessment, your assessment of the effectiveness of the National Strategic Plan, and what role do you think the Council should play in either strengthening it or otherwise? That would be all. Thank you.
Sorry, you said
no, I was saying that
I interrupted.
That would be all, Dr. Solomon.
Okay, so Pillar 1 would be looking at accountability, coordination, and leadership. And this, in my understanding, this pillar is about governance and coordination, which is exactly where the Council, I think, plays its most critical role. And it's basically to get the system working together, to focus on national coordination, clear leadership, interdepartmental alignment, monitoring implementation, and accountability mechanisms. So for me, that would be Pillar 1, and I've broken it down to basically look at what Pillar 1 means when it says accountability, coordination, and leadership. And I think I go back again to when departments ought to be able to know what the other one's doing, and they don't. And this kind of role that Council needs to play is ensure that all parties concerned read from the same book. And training is given by Council or recommendations by the Council. You know, I've seen training happen when I did training and development. It worked where you would choose everybody from the same department and do training with them. And for me, it's so important is to get a mixture of people from each department. So you address all their own insecurities around what you're training on, because each one comes from a different perspective. And I think Council can play an important role there. And if we look at Pillar 6, which is research and information management, and I think this is an important section, and it would make use of a lot of data and evidence that's available in the research fraternity at the moment. The one thing that I've never agreed on is to do research like in your honors, masters, and PhD level, where you don't do research and then your research sits on a shelf and collects dust. And I think also to work with tertiary institutions to provide them with research topics that the Research Council and that institution will take forward on behalf of Council, so that when data comes back, it's empirical data. It's not just data that somebody has thought up and said, hey, you know what, if we take 1 + 1, it must equal to 2. So therefore, unemployment causes poverty, poverty would cause violence. We need empirical data to prove that. So pillar 6 would be to collect data and evidence and to focus on collecting reliable data linked with gender-based violence, tracking trends so you know before something happens where it's going to lead to. And therefore, my thinking is that you rather work on prevention rather than crisis control. And then you can have proper measurement outcomes as well if you're doing formal research on an empirical basis. And you also have evidence-based theories. You don't just take, evidence-based policies. You're not thumb-sucking a policy and saying this will work in this area. So it's no more guessing. We basically would be looking at, show us what works.
Thank you, Doc. The next question will be by the Honourable Mkhunu, and she will introduce herself.
Okay.
Good day to you, Dr. Sulman.
Yes.
My name is Kuku Mkhunu. I'm from KZN.
I kind of recognize your name.
Kuku, G-U-G-U.
Yeah, the first name. You used to have training done with, you did training with Tambo, you did training with her. I can't remember her surname. She's now Masinga.
No.
And the Miss Dube, who used to be the mayor, I think?
No, it's not me.
Okay, not sure.
Okay. I'm Kuku Mkhunu. The question that I have for you is, notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, the boy child and men are also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing GBVF and ensuring that the boy child is not left behind?
This is my pet topic, ma'am. You've got me right where I like to be. You know, when I worked at the NGO, they used to have a woman empowerment program, and they never invited males to that program. And for me, it was doing such a disadvantage to the men because, or to the males, you were taking women, putting them in an artificial environment and training them on how to develop various skills and how to interact at different levels. But nobody taught the man how to handle this developed woman. And for me, that was such a major issue. It was like we're empowering the one part of society and we're not doing anything for the other part. These women go back home and they behave and interact differently with their partners, spouses, or anybody from the opposite sex. And these people don't know how to respond. And that for me is amazing. Use them for different reasons. And I think when this is going to sound so against, I probably think what some people believe, but for me, it doesn't do justice to the man who needs to also be educated. They go to court, they don't know what to do. They just go there because it's always seemed as gender-based violence, it's to protect the woman. There's nothing about the man being protected. My grandson came to me, he's going to be 12 this year, and he says he has a problem in the playground because the girls bully them and then they push right up against them and they say, hit me and see what will happen to you because you know about gender-based violence. You're going to get into trouble. Now, if something filters down like that to primary school, what kind of guidance are they growing up with? And for me, I don't think enough is being done. We're not about one sex being or one gender being superior to the other. We just don't want one to be abused compared to the other. But are we not perpetuating the same thing if we don't assist the man in giving him psychoeducation at least? Hoping that's answered it.
Thank you very much, Doc. We will now hand over to Honorable Mayolola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Dr. Suleiman. My name is Bobby Raisibe Mailola. I've got two questions. The first one is about effective governance is key to any board to function optimally. How would you ensure good governance in the National Council if recommended for appointment?
Sorry, my pen's just run out. Okay. Firstly, is that the question, ma'am, or is there another part to it?
It's the first question.
Do you want me to do both at the same time and then answer, or?
Okay, let me give you the other questions so that you can do them both. All right, the second one is, what would you consider to be key attributes of a member serving on the National Council of GBV?
Oh, sorry, I'm trying, you've got a whole dish of pens and then they don't work when you want them to. Okay, when it comes to governance, I think a lot of it has to go back to what has been tried and tested, and we don't experiment with things that we think will work. For me, good governance is supposed to be when you start policy making, it must first of all address the issue. It's like when we develop research topics, and it says it must be reliable. So it must address the issue that it is supposed to address. So we've got to be very careful in how we address policy development so it doesn't become too ambiguous and vague for people out there to understand. And I think at this point in time, as much as people talk about us being in a democracy, civil society is not playing its role. And we need to find a way to get civil society to react and to be able to make contributions into policy making. For me, that's imperative because the councillors in the various wards would need to take this out there and say, this is the policy that we're discussing. What would your input be? Because at this point, there's a couple of people that develop the policy and then impose it on the people who don't even know it was being discussed. I've also seen, when we're going through the routes, the different steps of policy making, how will, when people need to make input, it's never ever advertised in the right media. You'll find it in the most obscure places. And we need to teach people about this. I remember that there was a time when I was trying to put together a little booklet as to how people could make representations. And people didn't know that they could. They think it happens in this big building in Cape Town and that's it. So for me, it starts with involving civil society. It needs to start involving people that the laws matter to. And then we need to focus, like I said earlier, not on crisis control, but more on prevention. And good governance looks so beautiful when you put out something there, you measure the impact, and it will look good on paper. But are we really looking at what happens, or are we just looking at putting it properly on paper? The reality on paper. I mean, we've had incidents recently of figures being released for crime. And then you've got people saying that's not an accurate representation. The council perhaps needs to be able to say, we will audit it first, and these are the things that we will use. This is going to be our strategy to check whether what we put into place actually does what it's supposed to. Okay, and then I'm going to go on to your characteristics of people that that sit on this council should actually embody. The one is ethical behavior, number one. Morals. You can't be doing things that are against what you're supposed to be teaching to others. I don't know whether that's clear.
Okay. Do you want to expand on it?
No, I'm just saying people that sit on the council have got to be beyond reproach of what they're trying to instill in others.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm now going to ask if honourable members would like to ask a follow-up question. I'm going to hand over to the whip of the committee.
Thank you very much, and I do hope I'm audible, if you can confirm.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Greetings to yourself, and thank you very much for your patience as well. My name is Honorable Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, a member of this portfolio committee. My question would be centered as part of follow-up in terms of your view on positive masculinity, in terms of what the interventions would be if you were then to be appointed.
Sorry, that's positive, what was that? I didn't get
positive
that word.
Masculinity. If you were to be appointed as a member in the NCGBVF, and also what is your view on it?
Okay, positive masculinity for me is not this macho type of man that walks around. It is somebody who knows, first of all, how to communicate, somebody who understands. I'm going to use this thing that first got coined a long time ago. What was it? Real men don't beat women, or something like that it was. We need to now start looking at men as emotional beings. Not just men that are going to be, I've spoken to a lot of men, and after they get into long-term relationships like marriage and stuff, they start feeling that their lives are over, that all they've got to do is work and support the families until they retire. And we need to make them inclusive of development. I don't know whether my understanding of positive masculinity is the same as yours. But if I'm hit with a question like that, I would look at how we need to look at men in a positive way, and not just merely as people that abuse the opposite sex. Would I be correct in doing that?
No, that's fine.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, can I check if there are any further questions at this stage? No further questions. Dr. Suleiman, I want to just outline the process from here. When we are we've got 18 candidates to interview this week. When we are done with the interviews, we will take the process back to Parliament, where we will receive a state security briefing, an HR screening of our candidates, and we will also receive a legal opinion from our parliamentary legal services in reference or in respect of our candidates. But we've received overwhelmingly positive comments about our shortlisted candidates. From there, the portfolio committee will deliberate on all the interviews. We will then obviously pass a report with our recommended candidates. That report will serve in the National Assembly, where again the report will be debated. If the report is accepted it will then be sent to the President of the Republic for his consideration. So that is the process that we will follow from here. But for us, it is just again to say to you, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing your insights, knowledge, and expertise with us. Thank you for staying with us the whole day while we navigated these ICT struggles. And we will keep in touch, and we thank you so much again for your time, Dr. Suleiman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Is there anything else you would like to say to us as you say goodbye or ask any questions?
You know, the last lady that asked me the question about who do I think, or what characteristics? Can I ask the same question? From your perspective, what qualities or contributions do you think council members have that is most effective in that role?
I think it would we'd find ourselves in a very compromising position, but I think the best candidate would be defined in the legislation that outlines the roles and responsibilities of those candidates. So we would want to ensure that it's aligned with the legislation and the framework that is in place, and that specifically would then speak to the characteristics that we are looking for.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. It was just something that I was interested in.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Suleiman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I checked just now, earlier, I was checking the YouTube, they don't cut between. So I saw even my eye, just the one eye.
Were you twitching?
So are we still on that?
I think so.
I'd like to ask something about the...
So even now we're online.
Yeah, we're waiting for them to cut. It's all for them. But in the meantime, can they cut? down here on the screen.
Hello, it's Mlungisi here, the sign language interpreter. We just want to find out if there's an interpreter on board that is going to be voicing for her interview, or you're going to need us to voice from this side. Hello, it's Mlungisi, the sign language interpreter here. We just want to find out that are you going to be voicing for her as an interpreter in that room, or you're going to need us to be voicing here? If you are voicing there, then we'll be interpreting for the online.
No. Hello, sorry.
Yes. Are you going to be voicing for her for the interview?
Can the interpreter please switch on the camera so that I can see them while I'm signing?
Okay. Let's do this. Can you see the interpreter?
I can see the screen of the parliament. I can't see the interpreter.
Okay. Oh, so the interpreter is only on the platform, ne?
We are not available on the platform.
Okay. Can I please have that one on me?
Sorry?
Just hold on. We're trying to see if we can. I just want to ask.
Can't necessarily patch this into the platform.
So we can only patch that. Because Chairperson, just an advice.
She wants to.
He will voice for her.
Yeah, but they can't see our. They can't. Yes. Okay. Okay. Try that.
So he will voice for her.
Can one sit in front of Mvaba's computer, because we're streaming from Mvaba's computer? So can somebody that is signing please sit there, please?
Check if they ask who's voicing, he's going to be voicing. Because he's there, so he's able to voice for her.
Please, can we? Okay, are we moving? Thank you, Tasneem. Are you ready? Just click it there at the top. Yeah, there. There we go. Now close it. It's fine. just close it at the top? It's fine. Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Matabane. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And thank you very much for availing yourself for this interview and to make yourself available for consideration to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I'm here with honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. We are going to be asking you some questions, and as members introduce themselves, they will also be asking you a question. So firstly, please can you confirm that you do not have any conflict of interest that you want to declare, and also to confirm that you understand that a position on the board of the council is not a paid position. If you can just give us an indication, please.
Perfect. Firstly, yes, I do not have any conflicts of interest. Yes. And then secondly, yes, I do know that there will be no payment. I do understand that.
Okay.
Okay, I feel that I'm applying to serve.
Perfect. Then, Ms. Matabane, just state your full names for the record.
My name is Mata Pichido, if I have that correctly. Matsediso, sorry, my interpreter's mistake. Emily Matabane.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, why you would like to be considered to serve on our very first National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and also please give us an indication if you are representing civil society or the private sector.
Okay. Firstly, my background, I was born deaf. To my family, we have generational deafness in our family. Same, I went to a deaf school, Timulo, and then I studied a degree in education and higher sign language. In myself, I am an advocate for the deaf community and focused in the deaf community as well as disabilities. I work within the deaf community and encourage meetings as well as advocacy, especially through DEFSA. I am the chair. I've been the chair of DEFSA for a while now. I am the deputy chair for DEFSA. I feel inspired within myself that I could work with the board. I am not working for the private sector, but actually generally more involved in society and the social sector.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to hand you to the next honourable member that will introduce herself and ask you a question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Renee Lepolwane. I'm member of this portfolio committee. Good afternoon, Ms. Matavani. I've got only one question for you. My question is as follows. Provide us with your understanding of the legal framework that gives effect to the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide.
Okay, I would start by saying thank you for the question. You see, with the legal framework in depth, no, I'm not yet in understanding it deeply, but I would say with the legal framework that it doesn't allow any abuse and it doesn't allow any person to actually be on actually more what it does that it's actually about the research of going deep into things and understanding that what does the law say about that you should stop violence and stop GBV and stop abusing and stop actually putting negative stigmas on other genders. That's what I understand about the legal framework.
Thank you so much. My name is Jasmine Peterson. I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today would be, what are the objects and functions of the council? Thank you.
You see, the objectives of the council, it's involved in public participation and actually representing people in a good way in communities and in people, making sure that even disability is people that are disabled are helped and they are involved as members of the council to learning and doing research and actually helping people in the community.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Matavane. Briefly, your understanding of NSP and GBV, key policy that frames the work of the council. May you please outline your understanding of Pillar 1 and 6, provide us with your assessment of the effectiveness of the NSP and the role the council should play in this regard.
Okay, with the NSP, I haven't yet researched about it, actually with the first pillar. And then with the GBV, my understanding for GBV is that it's gender-based violence. My understanding with this is that it's a bad thing for all the people actually that don't have the voices and those that are abused in different sectors. My understanding that it's a lot of things that are actually happening under the GBV Council. I understand it just like that, actually with the pillars.
The next honourable member, Honourable Mbiko.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Fezeka Mbiko, the member of this committee. My question to you is is structured like this. Notwithstanding the high rate of GBV perpetrated against women and girls, the boy child and men are also affected. What is your assessment of progress made in terms of addressing the GBVF and ensuring that the boy child is not left behind? Thank you.
Thank you. I feel that how can I actually solve this GBV thing, especially when it comes to this boy child. What we have done a workshop before. We've been doing workshops and we've been visiting communities. Now we need to go back to actually help them solve this and check what is it that they need. They need education, and they need it early before they can grow. And secondly, with education, under schools, we need to actually visit and make presentations, even actually at the early stage, that they can actually keep it in their mind whilst they're small, because I feel it will be solving a lot of problems. And we can actually visit and make workshops for these boys and help them so that they can learn and they can be trained and they can actually be involved and they can get more explanation of what GBV is. The more they learn in different schools, that will actually change their lives.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings, Ms. Matavata. Thank you very much for being with us. My name is Honorable Tsohofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am also a member of the disability community living with blindness. Now, my question to you is around good governance. In your view, what are the characteristics of good governance? Number one. Number two, what characteristics should those who are to be appointed in the NCGBVF have? And how will you, if you are appointed to the NCGBVF, ensure that there is good governance that takes place?
Thank you for the question. With good governance, what I would do, it needs actually a leader that is in a perfect time. I feel with governance, a leader needs to listen and make sure that everything is clear before they can actually act, and make sure that everything is perfect. That's when it comes to leadership. And when it comes to governance, it needs management. You see, you need to have strategies and match them. Management, like time, and make sure that you manage everything that is around. On the third one, how to solve problems. With good governance, you need to be transparent and know how to solve problems. You see, it's important that we actually follow the rules as good governance, because as we're doing good governance and we follow the rules, it's very important for me to make sure that I follow the rules, and the Constitution, it's very important that you follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the responses. I want to find out, what is your view and your understanding on positive masculinity, and how do you see this being factored if you were to be appointed in the NCGBVF? I would like to further expand it to say, how have you seen it being, or it affecting boys and men with disabilities?
Okay, thank you for the question. You see, with me, it depends, because I see masculinity in a different way. You see, with following of the cultures, there are men that are actually, that have that masculinity from a cultural perspective point of view. And if we can actually try and speak to these people and educate them in time, I think these people can actually change with their culture. And secondly, with communication, communication is important, that there needs to be agreement, because now we can't have people that we blame them and all of that. They need to be actually learning. And if we can't be actually speaking to them like that, they feel they need to be on top. Immediately we can be on the same level. I think it's important that we should play that role as a role model, that they can change, and we need to teach them in a way that they can understand and change their behavior.
If you can also answer the part of how you have seen this affecting young men and boys in the disability community.
Yes, it affects, you see, with workshops, in training, for an example, you'd see there's a young boy and there's a girl, and they are learning from each other. You see, they would be learning with respect, in how to respect each other. We should train them and teach them in a way that they should know what is wrong and what is right, because they need to learn from each other. We should actually start that with training. I've seen that affect in that manner.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I check if any honorable member would like to ask any follow-up question? Okay.
Is anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Ma'am Emily, for giving me the opportunity again. You spoke about yourself-serving in the disability community through Deaf SA. I would like to find out what has been your experience and what are some of the interventions that you have made as an organization and as an individual in combating gender-based violence and femicide amongst the deaf community?
First of all, in DEFSA, what is it that we do? We also make workshops in teaching about GBV and making awareness for the deaf communities, for women and for children, that we make them aware about, and we teach them. We've been teaching them since. And then we help them. And secondly, with experience, with my experience, we had to help a child in school from a deaf school. So when they, for an example, when they're going home, when the schools are closed, when actually there's GBV that is happening at home. When schools are closed, when parents are there, the child is abused, it's always problems every day, and it's a lot of problems. So we actually took that, I think it was 2023. So we took the kid, and we tried to help by protecting the kid from that we can actually save the life of the kid. So we took the kid by trying to, it was a girl, we took the kid to stay with us so that we can try and protect and take care of the girl up until things were better. That was my experience with GBV at home, and that's what we have been trying to do to help with better, and we continue in the same way.
Thank you. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matabane. I am Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I'm coming all the way from Mpumalanga. I am glad to see you representing the constituency that you are representing. My mother also has a speech and is also a speech and hearing impaired. The question that I have for you, I acknowledge the work that you have mentioned that you are doing, but with regards to opening cases at SAPS, how has been considering that the President has enacted sign language as an official 12th language in July 2023. Will you say you are seeing progress in terms of having sign language interpreters in offices that are supposed to assist you with law enforcing and protecting the rights of the victims?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, I would say you see with different structures of interpreters in some offices, it's very difficult. You see, from the GBV perspective, when you have to go report, we always fail. You see, with the girls that I just spoken about that had problems, she felt like she was crying, and we wanted to go help, and we went to the police station and the offices. When we got there, no one could understand us, and there was no interpreters. We had to wait up until the afternoon, up until at night, I think at 10, and then we had to go back because the police had to come fetch us because we could not open the case, but the interpreter wasn't there. So for us, we had to write as a way of communication, and you see also we never had an interpreter. So up until now we've been failing, but we've been failing to help that child. That's why we are actually so aggressive about that. We couldn't open a case, that we have failed with that case. But I think with these police stations, they need to actually be taught too that it is very important that first, with the deaf culture, and they need to be taught with the deaf culture, and secondly, be sensitized with disability, and also people within the disability sector, what is it that they need, and this needs to be explained to the police station that they can actually be aware and understand. And I think it would be easy that we can get interpreters and give these services, and we can get to advocate and fight for each and every person when we get into the police station. Because now people with disability, when they get into a police station, it becomes difficult for them. So it becomes a barrier for deaf people and disability at large. So it's important that sign language needs to be there, but for now it's not here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matabane. If I heard you correctly, I'm hearing you saying up until today you have not been able to open that case due to communication barrier. May I kindly request that you send the full details of the case that you are referring to the officials that you have been communicating with? I'd assume that will be Mr. Mvaba, so that we can see what we can do from our side. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Matabane, thank you. I want to just inform you what the process is from here on in. This portfolio committee will interview 18 candidates to possibly be recommended to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. From here, we'll go back to Parliament to receive the state security briefing as well as the HR screening outcome. We will also again receive legal opinion on the public's comments, but luckily for us, the public commentary has by and large been very positive about our shortlisted candidates. From there, we will then engage on the interviews. We'll make our recommendations to the National Assembly, and if our report is adopted, it will then be sent to the President of the Republic, who will ultimately decide on who will be appointed to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I would like to ask whether you want to say anything in closing, or whether you want to ask any question to honourable members.
No, nothing. I don't have questions. I'm a little bit scared, but thank you.
No, Thank you very much. We really do appreciate your time, and thank you very much for making yourself available to serve your nation. And we would like to thank you for all the good work that you are already doing for your community through the platform in which you already serve. So we would like to just say thank you very much and keep up the good work, and we will definitely be in touch. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, bye.